Mugi. Mugi, 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 mugi. So, I am here. It's just that as often as I wait, I need to finish real quick my tech news. I don't have much. It's just that there's not much to talk about except some Twitter stuff and China distilling Anthropic. Apart from this, there's not much news. Well, I guess last week we had a lot of news, so it's good that we don't have lots of news, especially since I am still working on my big comparison video for the CLI tools, for the AI coding CLIs. So it's actually good that there's not many news when it comes to new tools being released. Even though I just saw that Gemini CLI released the hooks, which I already added to my script. But I forgot the light. I forgot the light, the right light. I have two lights. One light here, one light here. Okay. Yeah, bon, there will be only four, no, five news. How many? Interesting. Well, I have two, yeah. Okay, well, five. Five, it's okay. Five. It's okay. Okay, let's start with the news. Up. Okay. First. First news. The the Chinese AI labs are basically spending lots of tokens, I guess paid, huh? Because Anthropic is only paid. So they're paying Anthropic a lot to basically get lots of outputs from the Claude models to try to reverse engineer or at least, you know, extract some big amounts of data that they could be used that could be used into training, I guess, right? To make the little Chinese models better, which to an extent is probably what already happened. Wait, I just moved a mug. Do I don't have water either. Wait a minute. Wait, I'm coming. Okay. Okay, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, so they have Anthropic has identified 3 AI laboratories: DeepSeek, Moonshot, and Minimax. Minimax, which released a very good model that is near SOTA, Minimax 2.5 in the latest benchmark, so that's pretty good. But it turns out that, yeah, it's pretty good because they're just sucking off all those juicy Claude outputs. And Moonshot AI, is Moonshot doing the GLM? Not sure, maybe. So yeah, DeepSeek, Moonshot, and Minimax are the big three Chinese model deliverers, right? With the DeepSeek, GLM, and Minimax. And like if you go into artificial analysis, not for Mistral Medium, but for like the general ranking. Voilà. So this is the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index, a very good website, by the way, to compare models. But their benchmarks are very custom, but I guess you can also find the regular benchmarks if you want. It incorporates 10 evaluation, GDP val. It's okay. It's a ponderated average or something of the biggest benchmarks. Interesting. And so what you can see is that the GLM5, I know from ZA, I know it's from ZAI. Yeah, so it's not Moonshot. Or maybe it's the Kimi. Wait, Moonshot AI? Maybe Moonshot AI is Kimi. Is it? Yeah, Kimi. Okay. Yeah, so Kimi K 2.5, which is pretty good, right? It's almost good to equivalent to 3 Freeview, 3 Flash. GLM5 almost as good as 5.2, and pretty close to all the biggest models, basically. Well, I have no idea how Gemini 3.1. So Gemini 3.1 still tops, right? Like it's like when Gemini 3.1 doesn't have its schizo moments, right? It's LM freakout moments where it loses its mind. I guess it's pretty good. So yeah, so all this Chinese model, and there's also Minimax somewhere, probably. Well, Minimax 2.5, 42, which is lower than GLM5, but still pretty good, huh? Especially since those models are open source, right? So if you have enough chips, if you have some data center, well, of course, you can't run them locally except if you use a quantized version, which will suck. But, in theory, you can run them locally if you want, all those Chinese models, like the Minimax, the GLM, and the DeepSeek models. DeepSeek hasn't published like a brand new model since a few months now. No? Yeah, since December. Yeah, Quen, voilà, Minimax, Kimi K 2.5 from Moonshot. What is GLM in there? GLM 4.7. Voilà, GLM5. GLM5 is very close to Soda, huh? Way closer than what I thought. Damn. Well, yeah, so depending on the benchmark, so the Chinese models are more or less like, look, R squared bench telecom agentic tool use GLM5 is in front of Anthropic, which is very funny since GLM5, it seems, has been mostly trained based on distilled outputs from Claude 4.6. Well, I guess they also have their own secret sauce, right? But I guess a lot of the training is based on Anthropic output, and yet they do better. So that's hilarious, I think. So yeah, Anthropic noticed that these Chinese models, these Chinese AI labs, illicitly try to illicitly extract Claude's capabilities to improve their own models. These labs generated, and I guess if they've been doing that for the last few months, it worked, right? Because in some instances, they're even better than Claude. These labs generated over 16 million exchanges with Claude through approximately 24,000 fraudulent accounts in violation of our terms of service and regionalized access restrictions. These labs use a technique called distillation, which involves training a less capable model on the output of a stronger one. Distillation is a widely used and legitimate training method. For example, frontier AI labs routinely distill their own models to create smaller, cheaper versions for their customers. But distillation can also be used for illicit purposes. Competitors can use it to acquire powerful capabilities from other labs in a fraction of the time and at a fraction of the cost that it would take to develop them independently. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you are a user of these Chinese models that are, it seems, at least on the benchmark side, I don't have much vision on the developer experience with those models yet, because I guess, yeah, most people still use Claude Code and Codex and whatever. But the argument for these Chinese models is that they are usually pretty cheap compared to the soda American models from the American AI labs, right? Especially DeepSeek. Like, well, DeepSeek is not ultra competitive right now because its latest model was in December 3.2. But DeepSeek like pricing is crazy cheap. It's incredibly cheap. You can, like, by spending less than $20 per month, you can probably, like, in a raw API pricing with DeepSeek, because DeepSeek doesn't have a subscription. But just by using the raw API pricing with DeepSeek, you can probably get like 2 to maybe 4 or 5 times more tokens output that you could do with OpenAI or Anthropic. Like the amount difference, the pricing difference is crazy, even with the API, where, you know, because of course with Anthropic and OpenAI, the subscription is a bit subsidized, right? Like the tokens are cheaper through the subscriptions than directly through the API. Well, I think that even by just using the DeepSeek API, you can just, you know, spend a fraction of the cost for even more output. But given that the model is a bit old, right? So you need to account for that. But yeah, if GLM, I don't know the price, the API pricing for GLM5. I'm wondering. Open router. Well, I guess open router would be the baseline, right? Atlas Cloud and Venice. Silicon Flow. Yeah, inputs it's $1. Output $3. Okay. It's not like cheap. It's not uber cheap, I think. It's a bit more expensive than DeepSeek, for example. DeepSeek 3.2, last one released. Yeah, input price. It's funny that some people can price it lower than DeepSeek themselves. It's funny. Hello, Stigman. How are you? How are you? How are you? Yeah, so yeah, DeepSeek is 4 times lower in price than GLM5. And what about Minimax? Minimax 2.5. Oh là là, mais ah ouais, Minimax 2.5 is also a bit cheap, huh? Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So GLM is, I guess, the most performant of all the Chinese models of today. Let's compare it with GPT 5.3 codecs, for example. Not available. 4.6, so that's 4.6. The Chinese ones use quantization, while the US ones mostly don't. Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure. If you tell me that, well, yeah, okay. It's just that, like Anthropic has detected that the Chinese are distilling their models. They made a big announcement today or yesterday. Yeah, that the Chinese models are distilling our models. They're using it abusively. We will stop it. And I just analyzed that it's very funny because GLM5 on a lot of benchmarks are above Anthropic model. So, maybe they do improve their models by distilling Opus or whatever, but they probably also have their own secret sauce, right? Or maybe they're using the distillation to create smaller models or something. I'm not sure. ChatGPT 20B uses more VRAM around than Qwen 30B because Qwen quantized down to 4 GB. Okay. Yeah, because I think I mean, yeah, I guess that's important if you want to run them locally, right? Like I think Minimax 2.5 is like 200 gigabytes something or 200 billion parameters. Minimax, right? Also for hosting. Yeah. Smaller VRAM, more active users per GPU, lower costs. Yeah. Yeah, so Minimax is only 200 billion parameters. With 10 billion active. And look at that. It's not so bad, right? Like Minimax is around here. Minimax is just below 4.5 Sonnet and above 3.2 DeepSeek. DeepSeek 3.2. This is good, huh? Above Grok 4. Like for the weight, for for the size of the model, the performance is crazy. It's pretty good, huh? That's only 12 gigabyte of RAM. Yeah, so you can run it locally on like on a 5080 or 5090, right? 5080 probably, 5092, yeah. Because 5080 has 16, right? VRAM, 16 gigabyte. Yeah. I mean, that's good to have that run locally. That's crazy good, huh? It's pretty nice. Yeah. I mean, so, in a way, I understand that Anthropic is not happy about it, but on Twitter, I've seen a lot of people that are very happy that the Chinese labs are distilling Anthropic because goddamn, Anthropic is fucking expensive, And those Chinese labs are not expensive at all. They're pretty cheap, right, compared to the main American models, and they're close enough to SOTA, especially when you look at GLM5. But I think GLM5 is a big model. Is a right. It's like a 1 trillion kind of model, so it's a big model. I guess that's why it's you know fairly expensive to run compared to DeepSeek or whatever. But yeah, like look in like between GLM5, which is the best Chinese model, I guess, right now. 95 input, $3 output, Sonnet 4.6. So it's not even Opus, it's Sonnet. $3 in, $15 out. Yeah. And GLM5 is probably a bit better than Sonnet 4.6, I guess. And above 200K, it goes to 6 and 22. Oh, you know? Is there like an OpenAI model in there? From OpenAI? Ah, yeah. 5.2 because 5.3 is not available. 1.75 and 14. Mm-hmm. 14. Yeah, right? Like it's way cheap. It's, yeah, between 2 to 5 times cheaper. Well, 5.2 codecs is not that crazy in input compared to. If you have a RTX 4070 Ti Super and enough RAM to store the active model, you will get full speed. Yeah, so that's cool. That's good. 4070. How is a 4070 Ti? How much? Wait, Am I going to get doxed? I shouldn't. My kind of. 4070 Ti. There's none. I see 5070. 12 gigabytes. Ah, yeah, but it's only 12 though, right? So if you fill it completely, maybe it will still crash. You still need to have some margin, I guess. But for example, you could have like the Radeon. Can you run a local model on AMD GPU? I'm wondering. You know, like this for $500, you can have 60 gigabyte RAM, VRAM. It's pretty good. GDDR6. Yeah, so 500, you know, like for maybe $500. Only major downside is the Chinese ones have a lower context, but you can get around it. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. How much context have GLM? 200K. 200K is okay, right? For context. I guess, yeah, DeepSeek is a bit smaller at 160K. But even though it's still like for most coding tasks, it's okay, right? It's like I guess you need more than 200K context only if you have like very big conversations or you do like crazy amounts of research and you deploy sub agents and all the sub agents feed back to the main agent or something. Yeah, maybe you'll feel that 200K context, but if you try to do one task per convo, usually it's okay to have. Yeah, minimax is 200K. Claude Sonnet, bon, it's 1 million in beta, right? 502 codecs has 400,000 contexts. My local one runs with 32K context, but it runs fast and runs fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I run a local model on my Intel iGPU. Yeah, I mean, do you run like a Quen model or something, like a small, you know, like 8B or something, or 30B, right? I mean, yeah, for the small models, you can't do something crazy, of course. But yeah, like, you know, it's funny. So, and here they are, you know, like, Anthropic is so funny in some, you know, like, and we could do a philosophical essay about how how Anthropic sees the world compared to the other AI labs, because they have such a specific like view at the world, you know, like vision. and that is somehow very weird when they interact with their users, like with the open source tooling, like open code, like OpenClaw, where they like limit people, they change their TOS because we don't want people using our OR stuff. These guys are so weird, right? Now with the Pentagon, where they're having a big big problems with the Pentagon. I mean, it's really fun. I mean, fun. It's fun to look at. It's a bit weird, and I think to an extent it might also be like they're just shooting themselves in the foot, to an extent, but so weird. It's not a LLM, but a face and object detection model. Okay. It makes it so my local photo backup can find photos of cats. Nice. Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, so it's a bit different. DeepSeek scale over 150,000 exchanges. The operation targeted a reasoning capability, a rubric-based grading task that made Claude functions a reward model for reinforcement learning, creating censorship safe alternatives to policy sensitive queries. Of course. The DeepSeek. Yeah, all the Chinese models are heavily censored around political issues, of course. That's funny. Moonshot AI, 3.1 million exchanges. Coding and data, computer usage and development, computer vision. Minimax, 13 million exchanges. Damn. True user and orchestration. Damn. So that's like at least 30 million like conversations, I guess, right? Damn. Request metadata and infrastructure indicators. Well, yeah, so basically all the big AI labs are like have gigantic botnets that they deploy to train their model. I mean, at the same time, if you're an underdog and you want to, get at the big dogs, I guess that's how you would do. Maybe we need like Mistral doing that to get back into the into the arena, because now Mistral is a bit lagging behind when it comes to like the user facing models, at least. For the B2B, they seem to be doing fine, but I'm not a business, so I don't count. And released new model during Minimax active campaign. They pivoted within 24 hours, redirecting nearly half their traffic to capture capabilities from our latest system. Wow. How we're responding: detection, intelligence sharing, access controls, countermeasures. Yeah. After deploying countermeasures against their own users that are using OpenClaw and OpenCode, right? Anthropic now deploys countermeasures against the Chinese AI labs. Interesting. Distillation attacks at this scale require a coordinated response across the AI industry, cloud provider, and policymakers. We are publishing this to make the evidence available to everyone with any. Also, I'm wondering, like, because all of these conversations are paid, of course, because Anthropic does not have a free API anywhere or a free service anywhere. So, like, Anthropic is making money with this, right? And at some point, I'm wondering, is it just a factor of can they just hide better? Because like Anthropic processes, yeah, billions of messages and conversations. Like, how can they tell? I guess here they were able to tell because there were some, signs, signals. But I'm sure those guys can tweak their systems to appear more, banal, right? More less identifiable. So yeah, interesting. But the one thing I think is funny is the reaction on Twitter. Um, Voilà, because basically on Twitter, everybody's saying Anthropic, the closed source company, complains now that the Chinese wants to open source what they closed, you know? And that's literally what they try to do to an extent, right? Of course, those Chinese companies, I doubt, are only copy pasting, Anthropic output. They also have their own data sets and training methods, I'm sure. But they also do that. And yeah, like now everybody's saying, oh, Anthropic, you literally copy pasted the entire internet to train your foundational models, at least the first ones, right? Like in the, I guess the last few generations are probably mostly made with private data sets, because now the business of offering rich data sets to LLM companies have grown compared to the very beginning. So maybe they are not scrapping the web as much as they did originally, right? Compared to like 2023 or something. But yeah, they did scrap the web for free, and and these training data sets is still proprietary and was not released, And now they're complaining that, and I think the irony of the situation here is that Claude is themselves closed source, while the Chinese are opening all of their models. Like all of the Chinese, the big near SOTA Chinese models are all open weights, so you can download them and run them locally if you can, right? Which Anthropic never did, because they have this weird philosophical, like aristocratic approach to AI alignment and ethics that makes them, insufferable, arrogant, douches, I guess. So now, they're angry that the Chinese labs are just open sourcing our hard-earned, very serious models that are soon going to, be the cradle for AGI. This is very serious, okay? This is very serious stuff. We can't let the Chinese open source that. We can't let them give our models to the public, okay? It's too dangerous. We should be in charge. This is hilarious. Of course, people are making fun of them for that. And I think this is just, this is so funny to see like people reacting as you would expect. Because of course, Anthropic is look like a bunch of aristocratic, arrogant people when it comes to AI ethics and whatever, and then they output these kind of blogs, and people just make fun of them because how ironic, right? So yeah, funny. Next topic. This is of course the startup photo of the year, the YC guys that are just in OpenClaw attire. Funny story. There is this girl that works at Meta that is like a VP or something, like a manager at Meta from Scale AI that is tasked with safety and alignment. And guess what? Her OpenClaw bot almost nuked her entire real life professional inbox. Because basically what happened is that she first used a little instance on OpenClaw on her toy inbox to test if OpenClaw would do a good job at like filtering, deleting emails, stuff like that. And then because she was satisfied with what she saw on the toy inbox, she moved OpenClaw she plugged the OpenClaw into her real professional inbox. and it turns out that the inbox was so huge and the bot had to ingest so many emails that it filled up instantly the context window of the bot, and it triggered compaction. And it turns out that inside the compaction was the instruction that she gave the bot to not delete randomly like any mail without confirmation. It turns out that these specific instructions was compacted and lost away when the compaction triggered the summary of the conversation because of the context fill. And basically, the bot started being completely reckless and just nuking the entire inbox. I think she actually stopped it just before. So basically, she said, "Stop! Don't do anything," and the bot just continued. She said, "Stop!" And the bot, noticed like, "Hey, I've done this. I've done this. I'm going to just delete everything. I asked you to not action on anything until I approve. Do you remember that? It seems that you were deleting my emails without my approval. I couldn't get you to stop until I killed all the processing on the host." Yes, I remember, and I violated it. So that's weird. So it does seem that the bot remembers, though, contrary to what she said, because she said that basically the compaction triggered and, she like the bot lost the context of the instructions, but it seems that there is still some traces. So maybe it's just like pure context rot, or maybe the model was a weird model like Gemini 3.1 or something. A bulk trashed and archived hundreds of emails from your inbox without showing you the plan first or getting your okay. That was wrong. It directly broke the rule you'd set. Amazing. Yeah, so Peter Steinberger said like, I think sometimes you posing a figure pointing finger at this are silly. This is great to learn and can happen to anyone. Yeah, I mean, props to her for like literally describing what happened, which in retrospect is a bit embarrassing, given that her job is literally to be a safety and alignment for AI at Meta Superintelligence. But in a way, at least she can prove that she's trying this stuff, right? She's getting her hands dirty in this. But yeah, this is a bit weird. And to me, it does seem like there's something wrong with the model and the instructions. I guess it was just context rot, right? Like the context window was just too filled and the model became dumb, basically, like it happens often when the context is too full. It's funny. So yeah, one thing to remember if you use OpenClaw, I guess, be careful of the kind of task that you give your bot. I mean, OpenClaw or any other coding agent, really. Because if the agent context start to become too filled and compaction is triggered, first, some instructions might get lost in the process of compaction. And also because the context is now full to an extent, or fuller than it would be on a new conversation, the model is probably going to be dumber, and so it's probably going to not follow the instructions as you would expect. So if you feel the context of a bot that has like root access to a very crucial application of yours that has like personal data and that can do lots of damage, maybe you should think twice before filling the context of these AI agents too. Yeah, just saying. Oh yeah, also this new thing that I saw last week, but I was like, is this a big deal? But now that I don't have anything to talk about, let's talk about this now. So a startup called Germ becomes the first private messenger that launches directly from Blue Sky's app. I don't understand what this means. Like, do they mean as a communication stunt, or do they mean like inside Blue Sky's app? Is there a launch feature in Blue Sky? I don't know. Here's something that you've never seen on big tech social media platforms. The decentralized open social network Blue Sky has integrated new technology from a startup called Germ Network in order to bring end-to-end encrypted E2E messaging to Blue Sky app. The move makes Germ DM the first private messenger that can be launched natively within the Blue Sky app. Oh, okay. Ah, it's like integrated. Okay. Alongside the launch, Germ is also releasing new guidance that would allow other apps built on the underlying AT protocol that powers Blue Sky to do the same thing. Oh. Okay, so it's like Blue Sky is giving, which makes sense, right? For a decentralized kind of open, is it open source? I'm not sure, but it's like decentralized. Okay. Yeah, it would make sense that you like if you install, yeah, like you can install some apps into your Blue Sky the same way you install extensions on your Chrome, right? On your Chrome browser. I guess that's how it works. The move is a notable example of how open social networking ecosystems work differently from the big tech platforms that dominate the space today, as new functionality and features can be developed by the community, not just by the company itself. Yeah, that's interesting, actually, right? Because of course, one of the annoying thing about all these apps on the phone, these native mobile apps, is that you cannot put an extension on top of it, contrary to a browser that does stuff specific for that you want. And that's a bit annoying, of course. So here, yeah, that's cool. Blue Sky announced the integration of Germ earlier this month, noting that the experimentation integration will allow Germ users to add a button to their profile so others can message them on Blue Sky in an E2E encrypted environment. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The regulators of this world will not like that at all, but that's pretty cool. You know? Because of course now you can't truly, I mean, can you? I guess there's always a way, right? For regulators to swoop in. But at least in the process, there's less responsibility from Blue Sky in this sense. Meanwhile, Germ's standalone app is also available in a public beta on iOS in North America and Europe. That app had seen thousands of downloads so far, but after the official integration, daily active users jumped by 5x. The idea, the company previously explained to TechCrunch, was to offer an alternative to other E2E encrypted platforms like iMessage, Signal, and WhatsApp that's built on newer technologies. Today, Germs takes advantage of messaging layer security, a new standard approved by the Internet Engineering Task Force, and the AT protocol, AT Proto, which powers Blue Sky, Skylight, and a growing number of other social apps. I'm wondering about this now. AT protocol, building the social internet. It's just JSON. The AT protocol is a data network, posts, likes, follows, profile. Are just all JSON, okay. Strongly typed, hyperlinked, strong links. Use content IDs to create strong links to other users' data. What does that mean? Public firehose. Tap into the event stream for all public activity. Build field bot search engine applications using live activity. No API key. No API key required. Oh wow, that's pretty cool, right? I mean, I knew there was something like this behind this, but it's the first time I actually take the time to look at it. Like, you know, stuff like the Fediverse, and I need to look at it. But yeah, it's just more open, which makes sense if you think about it. That's pretty cool. Yeah. It's just that for now I've not delved much into the world of Blue Sky and Fediverse and Mastodon because, well, and maybe it's a biased look, but most of what I've seen from these, you know, decentralized social media are usually heavily political and heavily aggressive. And of course, that's not what I'm interested in right now. So that was a bit scary to me. But I'm sure I can probably, I hope, find some, you know, spaces without the politics and without the aggressivity, you know, some spaces with nice people. That would be cool, that are decentralized and that are just a bit more open like this. That would that would be pretty cool. Yeah. A proto. You can just build things. Let's see. High scale social applications that are interoperable by default. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Official libraries, TypeScript, Python, Go. Yeah. Domestic crypto. Okay, TypeScript, Go, and Python. Mm-hmm. AT protocol. Let me start this very quick. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so basically apps are launching on Blue Sky because Blue Sky has like a plugin system now, an extension system or something, where you can add functionality from other apps unrelated to Blue Sky into your Blue Sky experience. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Next topic. Oh yeah, Waymo. Waymo is going to more cities. So now, so the one thing I'm interested is, are there going to be international cities? So because until now, until recently, they were only in San Francisco, in a small area in San Francisco. But I think they are also going to be operating in a small area inside each of these cities, because of course this is level 4 autonomy, right? Not level 5. So they can't actually go everywhere. The normal cars can go. They only need to go in very specific guardrailed kind of areas. Yeah, I like this. But that's still pretty okay. So they're expanding in the US though. Waymo is expanding the US. Are there any news about international city outside the US? There is no mention of international cities outside the US. Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Orlando. Okay. What about these other articles? 10 US cities. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but I guess we'll have to wait a little bit for Paris and London and in Berlin, whatever. And last news of the day, anecdotal, but still interesting to notice. Meta and AMD are partnering instead of, with NVIDIA. AMD now is trying to, and in a way, good for them because poor AMD is always behind NVIDIA on everything. But at least Meta is going to give them a big push, I guess. Hello, Goncalves. How are you? So yeah, Meta is supplying some GPUs to AMD is supplying some GPUs to Meta to like Nvidia. At least they have one partner. And this is the end of the tech news. Up, chill coding. Now, how are you, Goncalves? Good at you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I reviewed the tech news today. I talked about Anthropic not happy about the Chinese distilling its models, even though it might be very good for the users because we will have cheap models then, a few time after. And also how people are making fun of Anthropic because, literally they are closed source. They extracted the entire internet to train their own models at least a few years ago, maybe not now, but a few years ago. They their models are closed, and the Chinese come and all their models are open, right? So a lot of people on X and on social media are rejoicing at the fact that Chinese labs are trying to extract Claude's expensive outputs to transform it into cheap output, Chinese models output. That you could pay for way less, right? Like the state of the art Chinese models are like 2 to 3 to 5 times cheaper compared to the Anthropic models. 5 input, 25 outputs. $1, $3. Just finished the guitar lesson. Ah, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it reminds me of your question on China. My Trump imitation is very bad, but I can't help but do it anyway. China. Plastic models, yeah, but they're good models. Like look at this GLM5. Bon, on the main. Look where is GLM5. GLM5 is just above or codex 5.2 codex and just below 5.2. It's roughly, like it's like soda to me, yeah. 3 Pro is even a bit below, like the Chinese models are good, huh? And they're cheap, And I'm working on my script right now for my comparison of AI coding CLIs. And one of the arguments for open code, for example, as a CLI, tool to code, compared to Gemini, Codex, Claude Code, is that on open code you can use very easily the cheap Chinese models, and that's very great because like you can have 5 times more output for cheaper than especially if you take Anthropic that are crazy expensive, the tokens. Well, I guess there's an argument to use like Gemini Flash, because the Flash version is usually very cheap and comparatively cheap to the Chinese models. But when you talk about like GPT-5, GPT 5.2, Opus 4.6, the Chinese model are just so much cheaper. You know, Kimi 2.5, GLM5, Minimax 2.5 also. But even though I guess Minimax 2.5 is not really soda, where is it? It's here, you know, so it's quite a bit lower than the other ones. Even though it's comparable to a 4.5 Sonnet, which is not bad, right? It's just that it's very small. It's 200 billion and it has like 10 or 12 active parameters. So you can run it on a small local GPU if you want, minimax, you know? Like if you want, you can run a model close in performance to 4.5 Sonnet, which is a good model, on a big consumer grade GPU, you know, that you can buy for like $600 or something. That's pretty good, you know. That's great. It's spot on your imitation. Never tried GLM. I never tried also, but I want to try. I need to try at some point. Some point I'm gonna try. Some point I'm gonna try. No subscription on Chinese model, right? No subscriptions only for DeepSeek, but GLM made by ZAI has a subscription. It's $10 per month, and Minimax also has a subscription, also for $10 per month. So no, they do have subscriptions. The only one that doesn't have a subscription is DeepSeek, but at the same time, DeepSeek is like 2 or 3 times cheaper than even the other models through the API. So for basically for DeepSeek, the API is so cheap that you don't even need a subscription. You know, like it's just worth it to use the API directly. I guess for ZAI and Minimax and Moonshot AI for Kimi, I guess it's better to use the subscription, you know, per token. But yeah, like, you know, the Chinese model are coming fast, huh? Like, look at this. GLM5, GLM5, it's just below Opus 4.6. Bon, the 3.1 Pro, I don't get it, but yeah. I guess it's real. Actually, the 3.1 Pro has this weird, like, psychosis episodes that are very annoying to people, but it's funny how like 3.1 Pro is like is way better than at humanity's last exam. Better than 3 Pro. That's funny. So it does seem that when 3.1 Pro like works, it works good, you know? It is soda. It's just that if you're just unfortunate and 3.1 Pro has a manic, you know, psychosis episode, it will just output some weird things. But yeah, Gemini 3.1, I guess it's very spiky model, weird spiky model. I prefer subscription model. Yeah, don't like to unknown my usage bills. Yeah, kinda. I mean, to be fair, I'm wondering about testing the Chinese APIs just to see, like, you know, how much. And also maybe I guess I will wait for DeepSeek to release a new model because well now their model is a bit old, their latest model. It's from December, which is an eternity. But yeah, you work on your site. Yes, I want to actually tonight. I want to work on testing the Gemini CLI just to enrich my video scripts about how the Gemini CLI is good at, and also test open code. I'm wondering if I'm not going to try that tonight, like the GLM through open code, just to see. Yeah. I could also try codecs through open code. Yeah. Okay, let me just set up all of this, and then I'll just take a little pause, and I'll come back to do this. Rough. Why do I have rough cache? Gemini. I'm wondering if Gemini has a if you can use 3.1 Pro now. Automatically update, yeah. Ah, yeah, but if I want to use Gemini 3.1, I need to be in open code. Do they? Wait. Maybe I'm just going to take a little Gemini subscription tonight just to test. 3. Model. Yeah, so the base Gemini, the free version of Gemini CLI doesn't have 3.1 yet. Oh, Google is so weird. I have seen so much complaints this weekend about how Google handled the 3.1 launch. Like some people have the Pro subscription and they can't access the new model that was released like 5 days ago. Crazy stuff. AI Pro, Gemini CLI, yeah. But they don't tell you. They don't tell you if you have access to 3.1. Let me check on Twitter real quick. Gemini CLI, Google AI Pro 3.1. Official, somebody's again complaining. Trying Gemini CLI after a long time. Plan Gemini Code Assist on Google One AI Ultra. So he has an Ultra plan. So this guy is paying like 250 or $250 or something per month, and he still does not have access to Gemini 3.1 Pro in the CLI. What the fuck is wrong with this company, dude? That's crazy. The video about AI CLI will have a blog post. Yes, I think I will just try to transform, it will probably be a basically the script itself will be me. Like I modify everything myself. I write most of the things. I guess I will have a path to transform it into a blog post, and then I will just have a last pass to fix it. For now, it's more of a. For now, it's more of a. I know, or maybe what I'll do is I will do the video, and then based on I will like get the transcript of the video I have filmed, and based on that, since I will have the exact wording, based on that I will do the blog. Because right now, like my video scripts is a mix of me like brain dumping what I think about each model and each tool, and it's a mix of like the AI research for each feature, like the hooks, like the code review. So it's a mix of that. I will still have to review each. Yeah. But I guess the final output will be in the video. So yeah, I'm probably going to release both at the same time because I first have to edit the video to then create the blog post. Yeah. Great. And publish on the same date, both sites. Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Salut Nat. How are you? Comment vas-tu, Nat? So people have access to it in anti-gravity. But not in the CLI. Je vais bien et toi? Oui, ça va bien. Ça va très bien. Petit, you said hello in Portuguese to Goncalves. Ah, no. No, I should. I should have. Bom dia. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm searching for something. Ah voilà. Opa, bom dia, Goncalves, fish. Voilà. That's what I was told is a good way to greet you, Goncalves. Are you satisfied by this greeting, Goncalves? Bom dia, fixé. Ah, fixé. It's fixé like this, fixé? Bom dia, fixé. J'ai mis. It's fish, but right, fixé. Ah, fiché, fiché. I miss kissing a girl. Eh ben, go out. Go out, Goncalves. Because if you stay on my stream, you will not kiss a girl, huh? I think. Also, Goncalves. Can get a girl for you, Goncalves. A ton of girls, actually. Goncalves, is your real name? Because I just randomly came around this on Twitter, I think. Is your real name not pronounced Goncalves, but Gonzalo or something? And maybe this is like a shortened version, Gonzalo. Is it something like this? Yes. Okay. So I could the proper way of saying your pseudonym is Gonzalo. How what do you prefer? Because on this stream, I learned about how people's pseudonym is pronounced pretty often, right? For example, Yannick, for like 3 months, I called him Yannick, for example, because I didn't know that or at least I forgot, or yeah, I didn't know that in German, the J was pronounced Y, So I just called him Yannick because in French I would have said like that, Yannick. But it's Yannick actually. So yeah. So in Portuguese, do you pronounce Gonçalves? Gonçalo? I'm not sure. Call me what you prefer. Just don't call me stupid or something. But I don't know what is stupid in Portuguese. Gonçalo? Gonçalves? Gonçalves? Gonçalves is okay? Or is it Gonçalves? Gonçalves? I can call you many things, Gonçalves? Gonçalo? Gonçalves? Gonçal. But I guess Gonçal sounds like calf too. We have C in Portugal too, right? Gonçalo. It's just that when I wrote like the name, I will chat paused. No, when I wrote this, when I went to Google Translate and I wrote this Portuguese, well, Portuguese from Brazil, but there's also Portuguese from Portugal. Gonçalo, 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 I guess I will call you like that now. Gonçalo. Voilà. Well, it's the same. It's a different voice. Gonçalo. Gonçalo. Alors, bom dia fixe. Ah, fish, like this. Fish. Bom dia, fish. Bom dia, fish. Bonjour, super. Bonjour, super. Good morning, great. Yes. Also, yeah. Voilà. This is the real way to speak. No, it's a Japanese, you know. Voila. Very nice. I'm fluent in Japanese now. It's too easy, sorry. I'm just speaking Japanese. What's your real name? Petit pois and Nat. My name is Gabrielle. Damn, you're so xenophobic. I expected more from you. Yes, this is true. Sorry, Nat. My real name is Alexandre. Alexandre. I like this. You know? Voilà. That's how you pronounce it. You know? Ah. Gong haro. Natuji. No. No. Voilà, Natsuji. Non, non. Alexandre. That's my name. Alexandre. In French, it's pronounced Alexandre. Alexandre. Yes, exactly. Great Alexandre au Grande. Yeah, like Alexandre Le Grand, yeah. You know, like the Greek guy that was. Voilà. Yes, that's what I wanted to listen to. Le Grand. Alexander. With S, yes. Nazuj is with S. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly like the great, Greek general that was kind of gay, but, he still took a wife. But when his very close friends died, he like cried like a baby, and then he died. And then he died. But I'm just like him. I'm exactly like him. This is, this is actually pretty crazy. So just like you. Yeah, so Gemini. There's all kinds of weird shit with Gemini. Because now with Google, they had so many like plans scattered around, but now I think they unified it. But this is so annoying. I just want to make sure that I can access 3.1 Pro with Google AI Pro. Please tell me. AI Pro subscribers have a $10 Google Gemini API promotion they can try to use. Try the new model also. So it's not included. The both 3.1 are going to use it when the model is set to auto. Yeah, like Google has this weird thing where they don't tell you really what model they're using in the CLI. That's unacceptable to me. Gabriel opens hello. Yeah. It's a musician. Yeah. Hey, you like when you look at this photo and you pass your eyes, it's kind of like you, that no? It does have some resemblance. No? Or at least you feel like the same kind of guy, no? No, not at all. No. No. Okay. 51 years old. Is old. He likes marijuana a lot. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, I can see here. I don't know him. He began his medical career. Okay. 51 years old. Yeah, 40. He has. He's 40. Ah, yeah, okay. Hey, it's Goncalves who mentioned. Gonzalo. Gonzalo. I need to take the new habit. Gonzalo, 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 Gonzalo. I just want to know. Ah, Gemini 3.1 Pro is in the CLI now. Only for Ultra users. Oh. Really? Really? Two days ago. Did he? Portugal, Brazil. Yeah. Wow, this is very weird. I mean, to be fair, I think for most people that don't want to spend too much money, this is probably the best spending of money, right? Like Claude and the Codex side to side, just because they're kind of complementary. Ah, the world is healing. Gemini 3.1 Pro is now available for AI Pro users in Gemini CLI. Ah, yesterday. Okay. I hope it's worldwide. Okay. I guess I'm going to try the. I can try it for 1 month, €0. So I'm thinking I'm going to try because if I only try Google AI Plus, it's not include the CLI is not include the Gemini Code Assist. No, 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 no. Yeah. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because if I take Gemini Code Assist standard for $20. Oh my god. Google is so annoying. Good. So Gemini Code Assist for individuals, free, and I have 1,000 model requests per day, but they don't tell you which model. Gemini Code Assist standard, it's $20, but you have 1,500 model requests per day. But I guess you have access to some new models that you can't access. Hello, Taras. I'm back to the by the way, I'm back to the violin. Very nice. Do you have you what have you been practicing on the violin? How are you, Taras? How are you? What are you doing? Standard. Gemini Code Assist. I'm so like confused. I think I'm going to check Perplexity. I started practicing this week. I know how to play Bing's No Sake now. I don't know what it is. Bing's No Sake. I want to start an everything app. Really? Like Elon Musk? Name it Y, you know? After X.com, the everything app, now Taras will make Y.com, the everything app, you know? No, like me, yeah, of course. Mono app. Ah, yes, like your mono repo stuff. The mono app. After the mono repo thing, the mono app. Would you qualify yourself as a quite mono person, Taras? Do you think you're pretty mono? You're a kind of mono person, you know? Like, damn, I'm so mono. Some people are stereo. I'm just mono, you know? I'm just in my lane, not doing two things at the same time, you know? I'm just focusing on my mono life or something. I don't know. Trying to find some pitch, you know? Check the latest docs. Very important. Things have changed a lot lately about what the hell is going on between Google, no, Gemini Code Assist standard and Google AI Pro. My goal is to use the Gemini CLI with the best limits possible. I'm not sure where to spend the $20 and not sure what is included in what plan. Review that for me. Oh, you can use 3.1 Pro. Wow. Let's try. Ooh, it's paid, of course. Ah, no, don't tell me I'm losing. Attends, I'm going to save that prompt because I'm afraid. Sonar 5.2. Yeah, so it's all paid. Yeah, okay. Any choosing is paid. Even Kimi 2.5? Yeah. Opus? Yeah, okay. Oh, I tried Gemini CLI on Sunday. I have Gemini Pro. Ah, do you have access to 3.1 Pro? Because on the last few days, it has not been easy to guess if I got, because I want to test Gemini 3.1 Pro, and I also want to test just the Gemini CLI in general. But I was not sure if the AI Pro would get me access to 3.1 Pro in the Gemini CLI, because until yesterday, only the Ultra users got access to 3.1 Pro. But I saw a guy say that actually he got access to 3.1 Pro in the Gemini CLI yesterday. So now I'm interested, you know? Yes, 3.1 is there. CLI is 3.0. Ah, that's the problem, you know? Because this guy says that 3.1 Pro is now available for AI Pro, which is the one that I would like to try, users in the Gemini CLI, you know, like this. So I'm not sure, because right now I don't have an AI Pro And inside Gemini, I only have 3 and 2.5 manual. Yeah, and even into the manual, there is no 3.1. Yeah, so I guess it's because I'm a free user, you know. Beta. Attends, maybe in the settings, default approval mode. Enable output background inline thought dynamic show text banner context and box modeling for footer driver spinner page ID no. Regret block extension. Where is the beta? Oh my god! There's no beta. Oh, is it only is this setting only accessible to the paid users? Because when I do beta or like preview, nothing shows up. I'm joking. I think it's still beta. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that people have had very weird stuff with 3.1, even though when it works good. It works great. But you know, the same way that people, including me, got weird interactions sometimes with 3.0, especially 3.0 Pro. Maybe the Flash was a bit better. But 3.0 Pro, I remember having weird things happening sometimes. Rarely, right? But sometimes. And they're very noticeable because it's like an LLM psychosis episode, you know, when it happens. And people have been reporting with 3.1 that sometimes it does have the same kinds of LLM psychosis stuff happening with 3.1. And I would, you know, but it's only been me reading stuff on Twitter, and I would like to test it. Bon, I guess I'm going to first see the response from Perplexity. I hope he found something. Alors, Gemini Colasys licenses govern Gemini, you know? What is Gemini web apps and now boosts CLI Colasys quotas, but does not include a Colasys license. Gemini Colasys standard gives you from the official quotas, standard edition, 120 requests per user per minute, 1500 requests per user per day. But is it with the good models though? Because of course, 120 requests per user per minute with Flash is very different from a Pro, right? Or a 3.1 Pro, right? So that's my. I also use Perplexity. Yeah, I use Perplexity from time to time. Not all the time, but you know, it's quick compared to like the deep research of Gemini, ChatGPT. Oh yeah, I need to get my clothes out of the washing machine. You know, but yeah, Perplexity is pretty quick. It's the fastest, yeah. It's just that you know when you basically need just like 5 to 15 resources, usually Perplexity is good enough. When I need more, I guess I would go to ChatGPT or even to Claude. I was shocked when I discovered that. But the deep research of Claude is actually like way beefier than I thought. The other day, I asked like a very big research to Claude, and Claude gathered like 600 sources to make the final report. And I was a bit shocked, you know, because like even ChatGPT usually gathers like max 100 sources, something for the deep research for the paid plan, right? The ChatGPT Plus deep research. And I guess Gemini without paying. The deep research also gathers also around 100 sources. But Claude Code went and down, Opus, like the deep research. I'm not sure if the deep research is model specific. But yeah, like I remember asking a deep research and it reviewed like 600 sources. That's crazy. Also doesn't ask dumb questions. Yeah. Yeah, dumb question at the end, like Gemini. Yeah. Yeah, true. It's a bit annoying that Gemini always does that. And ChatGPT also does that sometimes. Yeah. Less than Gemini, but yeah. So per user, what Google AI Pro gives you, not a separate product. It probably upgrades Gemini and browser app, not the Cloud Code Assist license. For instance, around 100 prompts related to Gemini 3 Pro. Additional perks like deep research reports, which are but you can still have the deep research reports for free though. Well, maybe not many, but for Gemini CLI, AI Pro gives you a higher limits if you're using those tools under Pro account, but does not replace the underlying Code Assist license. Pro and Ultra subscribers now enjoy higher CLI and Code Assist limits with raised per minute, daily, and concurrency quotas compared to the free tier. That means if you're on the free tier, no Code Assist license, AI makes you less rate limited than pure free usage, but still not equivalent to holding a full Code Assist standard license. Really? If you also have Code Assist standard, being on AI Pro increases some of the enforcement ceilings further. Fewer 429s in intense sessions, but the authoritative numeric limits are still in the cloud quota docs for Code Assist. Because because with AI Pro, you get a lot of shenanigans, right? All around the Google ecosystem. You have like the VO, you have the Whisk, Flow, all these kinds of stuff, right? In the AI Pro, which seems good, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure I'm mostly not going to use those pretty often. So maybe I should just take a. I mean, it's just that I'm wondering if when I go with AI Pro, do I get also 1500 model requests per day and 120 per minute plus the Whisk Flow thingies? Or do I just get less than that? Less than 1500 requests per day? I want to configure GCLI to run at GitHub Actions and improve code. GCLI, what is GCLI? Oui, Gemini CLI. To run at GitHub Actions and improve code. Okay. Yeah, I think it's possible, right? But let me tell you that because I'm right now writing a script about just that. GitHub Actions. Let me check. Gemini Docs. GitHub Actions. Codex is unusually explicit here in its first party action docs. All of them are in the game. Yeah, so Gemini has that. Codex is the most feature rich with sandbox control, safety strategies, TypeScript SDK, Codex Cloud. Claude has Claude Code Actions with Claude triggers. Gemini has built-in Open Telemetry and Open Code. What does it have to do with GitHub Actions? I don't know. Open Code generates workflow files and support a model. Okay. Yeah. But I don't have anything specific. I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible. I would expect that it's possible. if you ever want both Max CLI plus nice consumer features, the stack would be Gemini Code Assist Standard, hard coders, and AI Pro on the same Google identity. Better overall ceilings and few rate limits. Prioritize a Gemini Code Assist Standard license for your dev account first, because that's what unambiguously unlocks higher daily per minute. Do people talk about this on Twitter? Google AI Pro and Gemini Code Assist request per. Please tell me that somebody talked about this. Integrated with Gemini Code Assist so you can program your AI first coding in both VS Code and your terminal for free. Free for anyone with a personal Google account. Get access to Google launched Gemini CLI. The new Gemini CLI is here and it's basically free. Yeah, so the problem with the free Gemini CLI is that it doesn't actually tell you which model it's using. Like, people have been I think expecting no, people have been noticing that when they first start to use the Gemini free, like it's a bit long, so maybe it's pro running, and past a certain point, Flash is used because it becomes very fast or something like this. Or maybe you can also set it yourself. But it's a bit blurry. That's what I don't like. Google AI Pro, 1,500 requests per day. And now it's confusing the two. So annoying. Alors, Google AI Pro and Ultra subscribers now have access to Gemini Code Assist and Gemini CLI with higher daily limits. Get AI agent and get. Alors, let's read this blog post. Please detail me what's happening. Good news. We're giving all Google AI Pro and Ultra subscribers Gemini CLI and Gemini Code Assist, but they don't tell you the exact plan name. If they just said that Gemini Code Assist standard, okay, we know what it is. It's 1,500 requests per a day, as well. But this is not this. More time building. These changes are rolling out. That's annoying. Specific usage. Quotas. Ah, voilà. God damn it. So now Google Code Assist standard. So the Gemini Code Assist standard is $20. I mean, $22. The Gemini AI Pro is like also $22 to 21, but whatever. So the AI Pro okay. So Gemini Code Assist via Google AI Pro, 1,500. And there's standard Gemini Code Assist, also 1,500. Then there's Gemini Code Assist via Google AI Pro, 120 per minute, and standard, also 120 per minute. So when it comes to the raw number of requests per minute, it's the same. Now, what I am interested in is what about the models? Do the models change? Or maybe the quota per model? I don't know. Here, they seem to both have the same request limit of 600, like Google AI Pro giving access to Gemini Code Assist. So annoying to have to like parse through the corpo speak of a big, gigantic corporation like Google just to know what I'm getting when I pay, And Gemini Code Assist standard. What about the models? Do each plan have access to the same sub quotas with each model, like Pro, Flash, or do they differ? Search online, on X, on forums, on the docs, of course, but seems to be not very clear from Google. Again, go deep, go deep, go deep. They share the same request quota, but they don't have identical model access, really. The key difference is Code Assist is a cloud product entitlement, while Google AI Pro is a consumer subscription that unlocks extra model tiers and preview access, especially for Gemini 3 Pro Flash, on top of those quotas. Yeah. Model differences come from who is allowed to use which model, not from different 15 reference subpools. Gemini CLI, 3 Pro. In practice, gets you the paid trial feature, but gets earlier and more consistently for 3 than Pro. Code Assist standard, but not Pro Ultra subscription. Code Assist standard without is treated as a Pro/Enterprise dev seat. So does Code Assist does not have the preview models because it's like too serious or something? Yeah, Pro can. There is no public doc that says AI Pro can do X Gemini 3 Pro and Code Assist can do only Y. All public quota tables treat model calls as a single shared pool per user per day. God damn it. AI users using Gemini Code Assist for individuals, you're sharing the table. Code Assist standard are identical. AI Pro, strong priority early access to Gemini 3 Pro and Flash in CLI when in preview phases. No separate per model. Subquota is closed. Everything is counted under your per day. Gemini 2.5 Flash by default and plus Gemini 3.1, your org admin has enabled the right release channel. I use both Gemini button in Chrome and Google and Gemini CLI. They behave differently. So I think they're different. I try GCLI on top of vanilla G. Okay. Yeah, but the problem here is that the both plans that I'm looking at, Gemini Code Assist Standard and Google AI Pro, they both get access to the Gemini CLI upgraded limits. The annoying thing is that they don't tell you if the upgraded limits are the same or not, or if they differ in some ways. Because it's just that one, the Google AI Pro is for the consumers, and the Gemini Code Assist is like a more enterprise kind of offering. But it's just that it seems that the Google AI Pro is the better deal for the money, because you pay $20 and you get the Gemini CLI plus all the AI gen video image stuff that you don't get with Gemini Code Assist. So I'm not sure, like, it's just I'm wondering, is there some additional goodies when it comes to the CLI that the Gemini Code Assist standard plan adds compared to the Google AI Pro plans? Like, can you use it more? Can you use maybe the latest models more? But it seems that it's not like this. Who qualifies for the model? Okay. So it's like HR to customer support nowadays. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, mm, it's just that the Google AI Pro is pretty good, but since look, since they seem to not, at least in the raw, yeah, they don't indicate. It's just that I'm wondering if they just don't indicate that the Google AI Pros are getting basically the Gemini Code Assist standard for way cheaper than what the people actually pay for Gemini Code Assist. Because Gemini Code Assist, you only pay for the Gemini CLI and maybe the anti-gravity stuff. But you only get the LLM tokens, basically, and the tool, and you pay $20, right? Whereas with Google AI Pro, you also pay $20, but you get the Gemini CLI, anti-gravity, Whisk, Flow, Notebook LM, Gemini Gmail, Google Home Premium, So like it's way more features for the money for Google AI Pro. And I'm wondering if they don't specify just because they don't want people to they don't want the enterprise people to feel like ripped off, even though they clearly are. I don't know. I need to go. Okay, see you, Taz. It feels like they don't want to really explain the difference between AI Pro and Gemini Code Assist, because they're milking hard the enterprise customers with this Gemini Code Assist standard, where the AI Pro customers basically get it too with the same limit as Gemini Code Assist standard, but they just also have lots of other stuff with it, like AI image and video gen. The enterprise customers don't have. Like, is it possible? So, if yes, then AI Pro would be the better deal. Well, I genuinely sometimes do use Notebook LM2. I guess that's also an argument. And I do need some image gen sometimes. And well, ChatGPT has the image gen. Claude does not have the image gen. Yeah, Claude doesn't. Anthropic is like the only big AI lab that doesn't have any image gen model or even partnership, right? Like they suck ass in this area. Just thinking, like, I guess they have a image ingestion, right? But do they like they don't have a partnership with Midjourney, right? They suck ass at generating images. Anthropic. Intuition must be right. For an injury, it's funny. And I guess that's also why they focus on the coders and the programmers, right? Because they knew that we can't make uh, Ghibli style, Studio Ghibli style images for people, so let's just focus on the coders. Contrary to ChatGPT. The intuition is mostly right. For an individual dev, AI is very close to code a ton of extra stuff, and for CLI, it does share the same. The data during the code request per user per minute. During the code feature. Request per user per day for individual. Genie CLI does docs mirror this. Gives you the same. Yeah. That's right. It's the same as the Gemini Code Assist. Is the Google Code Assist standard enterprise milking now? Compared to the AI Pro, I think yes. They're trying to the split. They're trying to enforce. Individual devs recommended Google AI Pro Ultra. This includes access to Gemini CLI Code. Business orgs, Gemini Code Assist standard enterprise via Google Cloud with per seat billing, admin controls. Yeah. Functionally, for you as a solo dev, AI Pro and Code Assist both give 1500. AI Pro throws in image, music, video, web app, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Code Assist adds enterprisey stuff, cloud quota integration, org management that I don't need. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna get AI Pro tonight. If you remember, do you remember? Baby, September. I'm gonna subscribe to a Google AI Pro. September. Do you remember? September. That's fine. Voilà. Up. I have the 3.1 in the Gemini CLI. And I have not paid anything yet because Google has 1 month free, right? Or something. Bro, damn, now I have a big bro next to my Google account. More intelligent CLI. Yeah, I hope. And I want to test it. from within the CLI, because you know, like the other night I only could test it inside the open code and anti-gravity and whatever. Well, now wow, I want voilà, this. But the problem. Can I, like, I can't watch. I can't saw the image, man. Can I see an image inside NeoVim? I should be able to, no? Not sure. Like, can I? Now that I have Pro. A plus, my bro. I'm on Pro already. So now I basically have access to the same models as when I was on free, huh? It's just, I guess, more. AOE 3.1 Pro. Okay. And so now I have all kinds of weird stuff with the video and image gen. But I guess that's good. Maybe. Can I see images inside a lazy Vim? Like from Neo3? Let's see what you got, 3.1. Ah, so you see, for example, Gonzalo, you know the music that I played here? You heard it, but it will not be on the VOD, you know? Because it was like the audio of the desktop is on a channel that is not recorded on the VOD. So if you try to rewatch this passage of me jumping around on the September song, you will just see me jumping around silently like this without any music. You know? That's why, of course, you need to come. You need to be there live. You know, if you watch the VOD after, it doesn't work. You know, so there's more. You need to be there the moment it happens. You know, nice feature of OBS. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's a nice feature of OBS. I think that was partly probably like negotiated with Twitch, I think, or because I've always heard of that with Twitch. But sometimes Petit deletes our voices too, but it don't save any sound of your desktop. No, it only saves sound when I manually activate it. Like, for example, when I play a video game, I have to think about deactivating the isolation, you know, for the VOD to have the audio of the game, and for you to hear a Nat on Discord too, for example. But yeah, sometimes I do forget to keep the audio when I play games, so it means that you will only hear my microphone voice, and that's all. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah, Nat. When I delete your voice, it's because I delete all of the desktop audio. Like the entirety of my desktop audio is on this channel, you know, on this yeah. So yeah, it's either you get everything or nothing. I remember when we played Peak Eye. Okay, yeah, probably. I guess once I should have forgotten that. Yeah, for sure. Alors, yes, you can view image pro. Snacks Vim a library through third image. Yep. To enable image support via snacks, add the following in your open Neo tree. Move your cursor over any image. Press P to toggle the Neo V. Ah, P. Ah, P. Shift P. Hmm? Open game history. Cool. Hmm. Wait. What are speeders? What is to do? Paste. Ah, it's paste from clipboard. Close window, open tab menu, open window picker. Move, show, delete, rename, refresh. Toggle preview. Open with system application. Ah. Fuzzy Finder. Ah. Okay. And P, mash P, cap P, shift P, toggle preview. Ah, maybe it's only for wait a minute. Do I need to? Whoa, no. No. I was watching your stream to see, let's see how idiot I sound on petty streams. Ah, and then you deleted me. Yes, that's right. I snapped my fingers. Sorry. You get no voice. You get no voice here. What Google Pro gives you more? Show us. Yes. So Gemini. How can I show you? I think if I go like this, I guess it's going to show everything. I know it's only going to show the one that I don't have. Google AI benefits. Wait a minute. Maybe with like if I open private window, I can show you. Google AI Pro. Voilà. This is the thing. So free, you have already Gemini, you know, you have a little bit of Flow Whisk, a little bit of a Notebook LM, 15 gigabyte storage, normal. Now you have an $8 per month subscription with Plus that gives you more of the Gemini so when what they call Gemini app, and it's not in English, so I'm going to translate it in English. How can I? US, America, United States. So what they call here Gemini app is basically in the browser. The Gemini CLI does not count as an app. Terminal can render in images, I think. Well, some terminals can, like Kitty. The Kitty terminal can render images. But I don't think that the NeoVim embedded terminal can Ghosty integrates the Kitty. So I use Ghosty. So Ghosty in itself can render images, but since I use NeoVim inside Ghosty, it doesn't work, especially inside the embedded integrated terminal of NeoVim that is a simpler terminal. So yeah, I don't think the NeoVim terminal has the image protocol. But it's possible in Ghosty and Kitty. Yeah, Florina. So plus you have a little bit of more, and you start to have access to the AI filmmaking tool to create cinematic scenes with VO, Whisk, image to video, Notebook LM, Gemini in Gmail. Voilà. And with the Pro, which is the one I got here, you got Gemini app, monthly credits. So for Flow and Whisk, that's like image and video generation, Google search, well, whatever, deep search. Jules is an asynchronous coding agent. I've not heard anybody using this, but whatever. Gemini Code Assist is the Gemini CLI, basically, and also probably anti-gravity. No, it's a separate thing. Google anti-gravity, but you also got that. And higher, like longer reports in Notebook LM, and the same thing. And also Google Home Premium standard plan included, I feel. Which means that, like, if you have a camera, you can now retain 30 days of history. Gemini in Chrome Early Access, and this is the most interesting, 2 terabytes of storage. Right? Up from the 15 gigabytes when you use Google for free. If you use the $8 per month, you have 200 gigabytes per month of storage. And with the $20, you have 2 terabytes. So 2 terabytes is a lot. I think until now, I only had the 200 gigabytes. And it was always almost full. But I'm not sure if I'm going to keep this one long term, but you know, I'm going to think about it. And then there's Ultra, which is like €250 per month. So that's too much. And there's 30 terabytes. And the Ultra also includes YouTube Premium. These bastards. They could have added it to AI Pro with maybe like a $5 addition add-on or something. But no, they had to put it into the $250 per month plan. YouTube Premium. That sucks, you know? But yeah. Flow Whisk, who gives these names? I don't know. Yeah, they're weird names. 2 terabytes is nice. CLI is nice. The rest, yeah, the rest is not very useful. I guess the only thing outside of the terabytes and of storage and the CLI to me is Notebook LM, because I unironically use Notebook LM pretty often to do some big, deep research. But other than that, yeah. Yeah, YouTube Premiums will split. Yes. Yeah, you told me about it. Best deal ever. Yeah. So you don't even need anything like this. Yeah. Yeah. Free for students. So yeah. Wait, I'm just going to do a quick pause, 5 minutes, and I'll come back. Okay. Hello, Tas. I'm paying for storage and I'm getting AI Pro included. Wait, what emoji is this? It's the not happy. Ah, yeah. Well, if you want, you can get the Google one without the AI, right? It will be a bit cheaper. Like I remember for 200 gigabytes, I think I paid like annually it's like 3 or 4 euro per month. So for 200 gigabytes, for 200 gigabytes, I think I pay like 30 euro per year or something like that. So that's pretty good. But now, I guess if I continue with the AI Pro, I will pay more. But bon. I guess if I don't want to keep the AI Pro, I will go back to the Google AI one, non-AI, I think. You know, Google One. I hope we can still come back to the Google One. But sure. Install AI Premium and get back to storage basic. Downgrade. Yeah. Yes, we can still downgrade, huh? Yeah, I'm talking about this. So, yeah, because I already have. Um, yeah, they don't. Well, okay, I'm logged in, so they're not going to show me. But like I have basic 100 gigabytes. Yeah, I had like the one above that with 200, and that was good for me for 30 euro per year. It's pretty good, you know. Hmm. Image.nvim lazy extras. Lazy extra. Mm. Image.nvim. Where is it? Error. Language. I'm wondering, there must be a plugin maybe for like previewing SVGs inside Neovim. There must be something for that. Image. No. No. What about previewing SVGs inside LazyVim? mean, he's not searching online. He's not searching online. That's pretty weird. Search online to confirm both the image and the SVG config necessary for a lazy bin. Hmm? Search online what's needed to allow for free viewing images and SVGs inside NeoVim with lazy vim. Snacks require image to be installed in the system. It converts source to page design. Image magic installed. Image magic is the process through image magic. Let me do here. Lib SVG rendering library. It's already installed. Okay. And image magic. It's also already installed. Mm-hmm. I have Liber SVG and image magic already installed. Go online, search how to enable preview of images and SVGs inside NeoVim with lazy vim, and once you got it, go modify the lines. Oops. Ah, oops. Okay, well, it's doing that in the background. In the meantime, yeah, but no, I do need it right now to see SVG. I'm wondering if it's compatible with, is this SVG the same compatible with SVG animation? SVG animations. Hello, Yannick. How are you? How are you, Yannick? I'm good. How about you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I subscribe to Gemini AI Pro tonight on stream to test the Gemini the last Gemini model 3.1. That seems to be very weird. So I'm going to try to make it work on my website, you know. But first, I need to add SVG and image previews in my NeoVim. And how do I open an SVG animation file inside a browser? Have you been coding lately, Yannick? Have you been vibe coding or just coding? No. Well, it's okay to not code also, you know? You need to breathe. Otherwise, you know. I sometimes got very out of touch with coding. Oh, really? Why is that? Not trying to learn Haskell? There a shortcut? Maybe a lack of interest. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I think the last code you did, I guess, was the little web-on thing that I tried. You know, on stream. I guess you got a jolt of excitement, and you made this. You vibe coded this little app, and then I guess because it didn't work properly on my machine, you you went away from the code. You surrendered on vibe coding, but it's okay. Huh? Code is code is here for you today. Hello, Bactas. I want to try Jules. Yeah, I'm wondering I'm wondering what is Jules really. It seems similar to Codex, you know, like the old Codex in the cloud. But I'm wondering, like, it seems to be very similar to what the Cursor guys are doing, like, you know, some cloud agents that just do PRs on your GitHub repo, I guess. Seems similar to this. I don't know. I added backend. I don't know. Open image directory. You got a jolt, yeah, like a jolt of excitement, like he was excited. I sometimes feel like I can only focus on one thing, like for a few weeks, months. I only focus on one hobby, like coding, reading, extra, and then I just forget about it and move on to the next one. Well, yeah, you're not alone. I often, I mean, especially when I was younger, I remember I had these sorts of periods. Yeah, so I think it's actually pretty normal. You know. And I think that's also how you get to experience lots of sides of the world, like in a way. So I think this is also positive for you as a human being to be passionate about something for like a few weeks and then you forget about it and you try something else. Because this way you can experience lots of the world. And I think this is good to experience lots of things, and maybe at some point you will decide that you will settle on something that you are very excited all year long about, right? But yeah, I guess it's also about experimenting and testing. I feel like it always goes in circles though. Well, I think it doesn't, because like all the things that you have learned with coding, it's not going to go away. It's going to stay with you. And yeah, I mean, I also felt like I was running in circles, but yeah, it's like I guess it's the only way that you have as a human to try to get into things, because like if you were only testing one thing for like 2 whole years or something, well, you couldn't test everything else, so you would be stuck and you wouldn't have known a lot of things. Whereas here you are changing regularly interests and stuff like that. But this is good. This is because then you can compare. Do you like coding more than reading? Do you like reading more than, I don't know, knitting or something? Do you like politics more? Do you like writing? Do there's all kinds of stuff. Talking, presenting. Do you like schooling more? Do you like math? Do you like history? Like there's lots of things. One hobby to keep is doing some exercise. Yes, true. That one I try to maintain. Yeah, true. This is the one thing that is important and that you need to force yourself to do. Yeah. I also need to force myself to do that maybe tomorrow or tonight, because I haven't done it this weekend because I was too busy writing my video script, but I need to do it. But then I don't have any motivation for anything else. I wish I could do everything at once. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, but you can't, Your time is limited. So of course, when you do something, you do only this, and you let everything else on the side. But like in a way, I think like continue, because so like I think, and when you're young you don't realize this, but when you get older you stop to get those bursts of excitement about something new that you want to learn about, so enjoy. I'm going to sound like the typical adult, like that lots of young people are hearing, but enjoy your youth, Yannick, okay? Because soon you will regret it. you know Because like me, even like at 32, I don't get those bursts of excitement, and or sometimes or at least it's pretty rare and it's less long lasting, and I'm less obsessed, about things. But sometimes I wish that I could get those bursts of excitement and obsession, and about some coding things, or some even some other things sometimes. Um, because yeah, I remember I got those kinds of jolts of excitement way often when I was younger. But I guess it's also because I was discovering the world, right? So I didn't know that a lot of things existed. So of course, when you discover that something cool exists, you're like, oh wow, I'm going to explore and search everything about it. I guess my last period like that was when I discovered all the alien stuff. With at the congressional hearing, I was like, oh fuck, it's real, it's serious. Like people are swearing oath on this stuff before Congress, and then I went to but it was like 3 years ago. And then I just sometimes watch a video or two. But it's yeah, it's like it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare nowadays. But yeah, so yeah, enjoy your excitements and your obsessions, because as you will age, you will not have those anymore, right? So enjoy, follow your instinct. Like don't try to constrain your agenda too much or whatever. Even though at some point it will be good to have some discipline about one thing that you will decide you want to do professionally. um, but yeah, as long as you can go around, especially when you're young, do that. It's okay. Like it's like especially when you're still either like when you're still not working, when you're studying still. I feel like because you are intaking knowledge and executing not so much, like your mind is a bit more open to the world, you know and so this is the moment where you have to intake the world, because this is the good time of life to experience lots of things. So it's okay. Because when you will be older and you will have to actually like be useful to society and focus, you won't have as much time to think about, especially if you start to have like a family life, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend, children, or whatever. Like, you know, you start to not have lots of time to explore new areas compared to when you were younger. So I think it's good to, yeah, do this exploration when you can, especially when you're young, when you have the energy and the excitement. It's a good moment to, don't slow yourself down. I think, Yannick, you need to do even more of that. Okay? You need to have even more passions and more obsessions, okay? Per week, per month. Okay? Those are rookie numbers. You need to pump those numbers up. Okay? No. Joule, like SI unit of energy. I did not say joule, I said jolt. Jolt. To jolt is like to have like an electric shock, Jolt. A jolt, right? A jolt. What the fuck is going on here? I think I'm not native, so I'm not sure about my English. Ah non, secousse. Ah yeah, it's like a shake. Jolt. Examples. He tried to jolt him. Ah, okay, it's less electrical than what I thought. It's more like a jolt. It's okay. It's like shaking something, I guess. He felt a jolt when the plane started to climb. Ah no, it's a bit okay. Jolt. Okay. A joule of jolt. Yes, something like that. I'm making a joke about what you said. Oh, really? Okay. Joule, like it's a get a jewel of excitement. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it was a very funny joke, Taras. You know? It was hilarious. It was an hilarious joke. Congratulations on this joke. I liked it very much, you know? Great, great jolting joke. Lots of jewels in that jolt joke. Oh, yeah. But what did I want to do? I want to check. Mm. So, what shortcuts do I need now? Like, if I do, open an image visuality, it should preview it buffer. Ignoring swap file. And hmm. Oula. Okay. Oula. Bon, let's just delete everything. Tac, tac, tac. Okay, NV. Okay. Now. Ah, voilà. Okay. Ah ouais, but it's static. It's static. Okay, so I see the. Okay, I see the SVG, which is a good. I see the static SVG at least, which for my purpose is good enough. Yes. For my mockups and stuff like that, it's good. Flapping bird. Yeah, so it will be. And if I. Modifiable is off. Uh-huh. Ah yeah, so now I can't modify it. Bon, do I want to modify it? Maybe not. Not sure. Oula. Uh, edit? No. And now I want to check with images. I need a repo with an image. With images. I guess Control K. Public. Ah, yeah, voila. So now I can see images in my NeoVim. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Codex did that. One shot. Pretty nice. Hey, I think we are getting to the point where you can just, throw a codex or a Claude code at the root of your machine and just tell him, like, do this for me, change the config file, and it's good enough now to not fuck up things too much, at least. That's pretty cool. Videos? No, not videos. I'm gonna ask for videos. And what about video? Maybe I'm going too far here. Is it too much? Yeah. How to open an animated SVG or a video from LazyVim Neo3 in a browser or as a video VLC in or in the okay. It's slightly different. Some things are not correctly rendered. That's annoying. Yeah, so I guess I need to open it in. I'll patch in two commands to open the section in your browser and V to open in VLC. I hope it does not. Oh, damn. Oh, ouais, it's going strong. Let's see. Capital B. So while the cursor is on a file. Bon, wait. Where is B? Open in browser. Oh, yeah. Oh! Well, it's not in browser though. It's Pinta. It's Pinta. In here. Yeah, so for the HTML it does work. Test math. Spec. Toggle preview. Does VLC support SVGs? Let's find out. No. Be right now open the SVG inside Pinta, not inside the browser. It does open the .html files at the browsers. So the problem is that inside Pinta, I can't see any SVG animations. It's static. Static. Yeah, this one is way better. This one was generated by 3.1 Pro. And this one by Claude, I think. So it's not bad, but it's not good either. But some things are okay. Oh la la, hey, he goes hard into the config like he's just oh damn. No. No, it works now. Okay. So, for example, this one, B, voila. Now I see the SVG. That's pretty cool. So that means that, for example, I can ask the LLMs to create me like an animation button with only SVG, but I'm not sure if this is really productive. Is it useful? When should you use animated SVGs and when should you use CSS and HTML and JavaScript? You know? And here I don't actually trust. I don't actually trust Gemini because Gemini is still a bit glazy, you know, like Gemini still has this AI smell that we all encountered with GPT-4o back in the day, you know, like, oh yeah, you're the best, and you are not just X, you are Y with D, you know, it's kind of smell, AI smell. Gemini still has that to an extent, especially when you want to brainstorm with it, or at least when I try. What's the best to like when designing for a web application? When to use SVG animation and when to use CSS, JS, HTML. To produce animation. Because both can do that. Use SVG animations when the thing you're animating is fundamentally a vector graphic. I used to say perfectly crisp at any scale. UI element, moving, change around, CSS first, JS only, illustrations, icons, diagrams, loaders made of shapes. Animated via CSS. Smell. What is smell? Smell. What is it? Smell? Synchronize multimedia. The native animation system of SVG. What smells looks like. Wow, he's making me examples? No. Oh. Oh no, it does. Wait. Some work, some don't. Preview. Nice. It doesn't work. This one works. The others don't. Without CSS or JavaScript. Okay, so like the SVG animations are good for self-contained animations. Kind of. Like this cat icon or whatever. No. So when it's UI and layout state, yeah, you want cheap, smooth motion. Transform opacity are the workhorses and are typically the most performant. So SVG animations are not very performant. The animation is tied to user input state, open, close, validation, You need accessibility semantics to remain standard. Vector geometry, path drawing, morphing shapes, stroke animations, animated icons, diagrams, progress rings. You need resolution independence with exact curves lines. Need precise control of strokes fields. You want a single asset that can be recolored and scaled without multiple image variants. Checkmark draws itself. Animated hamburger. X icon. Circular progress indicator. Animated map graph diagram. A logo reveal. Is it mostly moving boxes text? CSS? Is it mostly animated lines and shapes? SVG? Does it need to affect layout? Push contents down? Reflow? CSS. SVG won't help. Does it need path morphing or stroke drawing? SVG. Will there be many instances on the page? 100 plus items animating, then CSS transforms are better. SVG can get heavy if you animate lots of nodes. Interesting. At my work, they use this. I've heard of that. It's like for easy animations. Yeah, I've heard of that. And so, is this SVG or is this CSS or JavaScript? That's cool. Yeah, and they have a big library. But this seems like a 3D asset, right? Like this is. What is the base, like the underlying tool? Is this like fully proprietary? Pricing. Ah, yeah. Not nothing. Just know that they use it. Ah, okay. Duolingo. Instacart. To me, to me, this is typically the kinds of business that could get fucked up in the ass by Gemini 3.1 Pro being good at making SVGs. Because then you don't need this anymore. You can just ask Gemini, make me an animation about a cart and some items that are floating in the cart, and maybe you need a few prompts to refine it, right? You know? LM torture test, give them HTML as an input, expect them to render a website. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they could do it, right? Like, at least the ones that are the best at front end, like Gemini 3.1 Pro and Claude. Bon, I'm not sure because this seems to be a big corporate, full of lots of features or whatever. I'm not sure, but instinctively when I look at what they showcase here, it's something that could very well be done nowadays with the LLMs, right? At least for the basics, right? Like maybe for the last mile, you do need to know your way around SVG. But I'm sure a few prompts and you can know the basics about how to modify an SVG too. AI, AI is going to solve it. No, but I guess it can get you, far enough to maybe where you don't need to pay for this. At least for the simplest, I guess for the simplest use cases, right? You don't need this anymore. You can just ask your LLM to generate an animation. But yeah, I mean, this I think this is not a new startup, right? Like it's been there for a while. And yeah, before LLMs, you needed people that are that were specialized in animations, 2D animations, web-based animations, and SVGs and CSS to do these kinds of stuff, of course. Nowadays, maybe less, to an extent. To an extent, a bit less. At least for the most simple ones. Maybe, like when things get. Ah, yeah, so it's like, okay. Ah, yeah, they have like a full-on UI editor. It's not just files, right? It's also an editor. Yeah. Yes, okay, it's a bit wider. Yeah, so I guess for the most complex projects, we will still need something like this, though. You know? Yeah. Yeah. To do stuff like that, yeah, you do need an editor. You do need, yeah, a timeline, you know? Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, so it's not all solved. But yeah, I'm going to stop repeating myself now. It's enough. Okay? Well, for the simplest cases, it can be done. it have big it has big players using it. Yeah, I mean that's also a factor, right? Like big companies don't want to mess their employees' workflows. So yeah, they're probably going to continue, you know, using this for a while. I mean, yeah. It's just that I guess the clients of Lottie Files now, when they want to create a new team or create a new product, and in this team or this new product, they need an animation, maybe they'll just, quickly go to Gemini.com and ask for a little animation and see if it's enough, and if it's enough, then maybe they won't use a Lottie Files, I guess. But if it's not enough, yeah, they will continue. In modern web apps, React Svelte, SMIL has downsides. How to control from state app. Can't easily tie to component state or store. No CSS variables. Theming is awkward. Timeline control is limited. Sequencing is painful. Debugging is worse. DevTool support is minimal. Team familiarity. Most devs know CSS, not SMIL. Yeah, CSS.js and not SMIL. Yeah, okay. So it's mostly for standalone decorative assets. Okay, good. So yeah, stuff like that. It's not good for stuff like that. Let me see something. Yeah, so in browser it appears better. Bon, the lock needs to be gone. Ok. Alors, the spec. I need to read that spec, huh? Do I? Resting beach face. Petit pot. Petit pot. Petit pot. Ah, yes, maybe I need to fill the front-end style now. Tiens. Oh, no. What did I do here? Okay. Gemini. Bon, first, am I done with the style of like my base designs? Am I satisfied with my base designs? This is not the base design. Which is the base design? This one. This and this. Do I like it? Yes, I kind of like it. I like the roundness. I like the skeuomorphicness. I like the fact that the background blobs are not too annoying. Ah no, actually, this is the real one. Is it? Yeah, it's weird. Um, yeah, so I guess the preview inside NeoVim is fucked up. It's a bit annoying. It's fucked up. Bon, at least in the. Oh yeah, and I have the animated theme toggle. No, animated theme toggle. This, voila, my wonderful animated theme toggle. That's pretty cool. I like it. You know, look at this wonderful theme toggle. Isn't it a beautiful theme toggle? I think it's a beautiful theme toggle. Yeah, so blob play, training, blob play. Yeah, so my two main themes are actually this one. These ones. And for the dark theme, I got inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's. So now I have a dark theme that's like, ooh, obscure and like, you know, old and crusty. Ew. But I kind of like it. But it's not the most important. And you know, oh yeah, I want to add like two eyes into the dark. Wait, I'm gonna tell you it. In blob and blob. Wait, training. Blob. Add the same two white dots. That blink. How am I going to do that? It's like an animation. Same to what that blink, that like a little eyes that pry on you from the dark. Just put them just above the, let's say, three-quarter to the right of the page above the cards in the black area of the page. animate them so that they stay hidden for 5 seconds, then show up. Bon, my dark theme will be a trip. It will be like an experience, okay? That's expected. Then show up. Show up. Blink once. Stay up. Stay visible for 3 seconds and disappear or fade away. First of all, let's ensure that we have all committed. Alien SVGs and stuff. Why is the background not solid? And repeat. Create new SVG files if you can't have for each named dash training doc anim.avi. Okay, 3.1. Ah no, fuck. 3.1 Pro. 3.1 Pro, I choose you. Do great, please. Please create great animations with SVGs. Oh yeah, the one thing that I've heard is that 3.1 Pro is very, very long compared to Claude. Compared to Codex, I'm not sure. But Claude overall is always has always had a reputation for being quick and good. Failed to persist policy. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh yes. Oh damn. That's good. That's nice. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nice. And the other one should be the same. Cool. Okay. Nice. I'm going to save that stage at least. Okay. Okay. Nice. Now make the eyes smaller and 50% more spread out. on both files. Mm, okay. Let's try again. Let's try again. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of feeling I wanted, I think. Um, yeah, even smaller actually. 2.5. Well, here, for example, I could edit, but I can't. Now, if I wanted to edit the SVG directly instead of getting a preview, what key would I press? Oh, what would I do? I need to go sleep. See you next time. Yeah, okay, see you. See you, Gonzalo. 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 See you, Gonzalo. Yeah, so I guess it's a bit like in Portuguese Brazilian where you don't say the vowel, the end vowel, you don't say it very loud, right? You don't say Gonzalo. You say Gonzalo. 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 You know, I guess. Gonzalo. Like it's like you surrender on the O a little bit, you know? Gonzalo. Because in French, Gonzalo, you know? In French, it's like Gonzalo. But I guess in Portuguese, it's not like that. It's Gonçalo. Gonçalo. No, very nice. Ah bon. Hmm. Yeah, I can't have both. Alors, 226. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Let's say 1.5. 1.5 into right and 320 F4 1. It is official. I got the Mono app domain. Ah, very nice. The monoapp.com. Very cool. Very nice, Tara. So what is this project? What? Oh, we know it's the everything app. It will be your everything app. Look at this. Isn't it a little bit frightening? You know, like you're looking at your stat and then boom, you have this little thing appearing. That's weird. I will implement everything I need. Wow. Everything you need. And what do you need? Me as a customer. Ah, very nice. You know, that's the start of most startups. Huh? Most startups start with doing something that you need, and it turns out that other people also need it. Mm. I had so much fun with Stacks and Monorepo Hub. Ah, yeah. I feel I can approach Mono App too. Yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah. Now you know how to do these kinds of tools and stuff. Mm. Mm. Key times. Okay, I changed the size to 1. Also, now wait longer before the blinking, like once before and after blinking, and wait longer without invisible 3x. I know proprietary insight into tools for humanity. Really? They're also starting to beef up for everything else. He's a second startup of Altman. Oh, really? Tools for humanity? What is it? I didn't know he had this. Tools for humanity. Oh, yeah. Oh, but is it the... Ah, yeah, the orb. Ah, yeah, I remember the orb stuff, yeah. Yeah. Where they scan your retina and you have like some crypto coin. You have the world coin. Yeah, I remember this. But like, is it like a startup or is it just like a philosophical institute that just happened to be funded by Sam Altman or something? Alex Blania and Sam Altman, headquartered in San Francisco, United States, and Munich, Germany. Because it's weird because like they wanted to, if I remember correctly, they wanted to do some decentralized identity thing, but at the same time it's kind of dystopian. You know, like it's not like Bitcoin, right? Like it's actually linked to your retina. You know, that's so. Of course, I don't know. The government can put their heads on this. Theoretically, I don't know. Their game is that they give people money so they would have a lot of users, so they would try to retain people. Yes, that's what I remember too. You're right. I forgot about this. Yeah, and they are giving the world coin to people, right? And yeah, people can read, can exchange it for Ethereum and from Ethereum to to dollars, right? But I guess it's like any shitcoin, right? Like when you have an airdrop with any, like I guess they made that in the age where crypto airdrops were new, a new thing, revolutionary, right? But actually, it turns out that it was not like lots of projects did the airdrops, right? Like giving free money to people, and it didn't work. I mean, people took the money, they exchanged it on Coinbase, and they didn't care, right? They are building user base. I get so many reach outs from the recruiters. It is still the thing, but they would still do it. Yeah. I had a 30-minute brainstorming call with the hiring manager. Oh, really? So we went over everything. Really? That's interesting. And what did you get from this? Right? Because to me, I never got very deep into this just because it just looked like the typical crypto projects, with the typical bullshit associated with a lot of crypto projects. It just that just happened to be funded by Sam Altman because back in the day, crypto, in 2018 or something, crypto was cool, and so of course lots of big Silicon Valley billionaires put some money into this. It was back in the day where like everybody wanted to decentralize everything and whatever, and then of course everybody realized that it didn't make sense. So to me, this is the last image that I had of this kind of project. It's just that it felt a bit more classy because there was Sam Altman and the big Silicon Valley people, like Peter Thiel or whatever, all this kind of mafia associated with it, and because they had an actually a real like product, right, like a physical product, compared to most of the crypto projects who were just vaporware. That's what I remember about this. They are beefing up for an everything app. You can get the free money if they would scan your retina. Yeah, exactly, right? That's their job. They are making devices cheaper. And also, like, what I was wondering is like, what is the point of scanning my retina by this random company that I don't know, that does not offer me any service or products other than free shitcoin airdrops that I can convert right away and extract the $50 that I got? Like, what is the point? What service are they giving me as a human? Since they say it's tools for humanity, tools needs to serve a purpose. What is the fucking purpose? reliable, voluntary, biometric. Yeah, but that's not a service. That's not a service. That's just data gathering. Like, do they just want to sell my data to people? Like, what's the, given the vibe of the projects, I doubt that they would, or that their goal would be to just sell my data, right? I hope. Or at least it doesn't look like that. But then what is the point? So they can, for instance, administer a vote or government benefits. Ah, yeah. But then they should sell their projects to governments, not to people, because people are not in charge of elections. Like, you can't, you know? They need to get in touch with governments, not with random people on the street, I guess. Because, yeah, I understand. It would, like, for a lot of governments, it would be very useful instead of having to rely on like fingerprints or something, to prove that you voted, or that you have an ID, or just ID cards. I guess you could rely on a retina scan, but that would be one more biometric data, right? But of course, yeah, I mean, my identity card already has my biometric data in it, so it would not be revolutionary. That would be just one biometric data in addition of all my other biometric data, I guess, like my fingerprints, like, my height, the color of my eyes, my face, my photo. And of course, I guess it would be less cool if their startup would just become government contractors, right? I guess they keep their cool better if they continue scanning random people's eyes in the street with their fancy weird ass ball, And voluntary, which is used for US. In US, you are not required to give biometric data. Ah, yeah. Well, yeah, the US citizens, I guess, are not required, because every time I go as a foreigner, every time I go to the US, I am required to put my 5 fingerprints of each of my hands on the scan, every time I go in the US as a foreigner, right? So I guess maybe for the US citizens, it's not the same. Yeah, and in Europe, when you do your ID card, now inside your ID card, there is a little chip that has most of your biometric, identifying characteristics, basically, that can allow, I guess, police to recognize you if they, if you wear a beard or something. Yeah. Like height, fingerprints, eye color, stuff like that. Photo. Yeah, so I guess they should just become government contractors, I know it would end the coolness of the project, because it looks cool, right? Like, when you see the weird ball, you're like, damn, that's a weird ball. What's happening with the ball? Is this the future? Oh my god. And then, of course, if they start to explain to you, well, actually, we're just contracting governments to add one biometric data to, the ID card to vote in elections. Yeah, it's much less cool all of a sudden, The orb uses data only in encrypted RAM for the moment of verifying humanness and does not store them. After verifying, all data is completely deleted from the orb. Only secure encrypted copy of the data is kept on the human device, image source. Ah, yes, okay, it's linked with the AI stuff, right? Like, when everything is AI, we need a way to recognize humans. Yeah, okay, I see. Open source contains secure multi-party computation and minimizes and protects fragments of the numerical code of Orb. We're currently developing an verification of our software, Orb Mini. Yeah, I mean, it would be useful to governments, I'm sure, to have a good good retinal scan, you know, tech. I'm sure lots of governments will be like that because like nowadays most of this tech is deployed in like big corporate company or maybe military institutions where you need to have access to certain rooms or whatever. You need to have a retinal scan to prove that you're you know. So it's already something that's out there, right? Yeah. I mean, to me, it just looks like they want to look cool, you know? I I think, to me, it smells like they mostly want first to look cool and then as a secondary accessory goal to maybe make something useful, you know? It really feels like that to me. Verify your world ID. Also, like, again, you need governments on board. Huh? If you don't, because like the French government right now, like I have this with the French government already. The French government, I like a few weeks ago, I went to my town's to my town like town hall, to my town hall, and I validated on my smartphone some higher like cryptographic identification that I could use to log in, to log in to government websites, to validate my identity that I am really me, and what I did, I went to the town hall and they checked my, like I scanned like a QR code or something. I mean, I showed them the QR code, and they just checked that they checked my ID card and they checked that I was really me, and they validated the verification, and yeah, and now it works, and now I can connect to lots of websites, and the state can be really sure that I validated, the thing. So it's definitely useful, but for governments, it's very useful for governments to do, like to make sure that they can identify their citizens, to get access to certain government services, stuff like that. So this is useful. It's just that if you don't have a government, to use it, well, I guess it could be used inside a company too, right? Like it's just a way to ID yourself, in a way. So yeah, it's just an ID. Yeah, it's an ID. I mean, it is useful. It is useful actually to have an ID, like a Retina-based ID system. Like that can confirm that you are you and that you can access this app or this portal or whatever. So yeah, this is definitely something that is useful, that is currently used by administrations like that. Duck you, given your institutions weren't infiltrated by Russians. Yeah, I don't know about that, but like it's just that I do that because I did it because it's easier this way to connect to the government's websites and affiliate it, because otherwise I need to go to the port, because like the French government has an old portal where you can connect to one and connect to all, but it's like a few steps or whatever, and it's annoying. And since I am in favor of digitalization of everything, I just did that because that's where it should go, because I'm tired of having to present my paper electoral card or whatever, to the election booth or whatever. So it would be better if I could do that with my smartphone or something a bit easier. Yeah, so definitely useful. Definitely useful. It's like an authority. It's an auth system basically. It's like a YubiKey. It's like I guess it's a more technologically advanced form of YubiKey. Instead of having a YubiKey to connect somewhere, you have your retinal scan. That can help you connect somewhere. And yeah, I guess it's way better in a way, huh? But except if somebody bashes you something on the head, you faint, and they just use your eye, like they open your eyes like this on the retinal scan, and then they can bypass the protection. But I guess as long as you are conscious and alive, I guess it's good, right? But as soon as you are either dead or fainted, they can still bypass by just yeah. So no authentication, no auth system is universally foolproof or whatever. But I guess this is pretty good. Yeah, I can. Okay, now I see the point. It's an authentication system for something that is not yet determined. They just have made a very nice authentication system, I guess. Yeah, okay. So now I get it. And so now that they have the authentication system, I guess they want to make the system to which you can connect, right? So they need to think about something real, right? Well, they have their coin, the blockchain, whatever, world app, yeah. Well, I still think that it would be better that they would, if they could just sell the tech to somebody that could use it, because it's like to me, like what it looks like to me from the outside is that they seem to be a reinforced door seller, like the companies that sell you reinforced doors. It's just that since they don't have anything to put the door on, they're like they're thinking, we have the doors. What if we need to put this door somewhere? So we're going to build a building, and do something inside the building, and we'll put this nice door tech of ours to allow people to authenticate into this big building. But they don't know what the building will be or should be. So yeah, private messaging. That could be it for sure. Secure and private but free message plus send payment without any fees available on the world app. Yeah, like they could definitely do something like this. Like before sending a message, you have to scan your retina or something to be 100% sure. It's like higher authentication compared to passwords and even a YubiKey. There is a use to this for sure. This is an authentication like plus ultra secure authentication system, I guess. So there is definitely a use for this. It's just that, yeah, maybe they still have too much money. Sam Altman gave too many millions, so they still have like 10 years of runway. So they're like, we're philosophizing about the project. Okay, it's gonna be so revolutionary, dude. Oh my god, it's gonna be the world app, dude. It's gonna be just something for humanity. Oh wow, it's gonna be so deep, you know. That that's what I get from the project. Oh my god, dude, it's gonna be so great. It's gonna be crazy. Gonna have the world app with the world coin. They're gonna scan their retina, you know, to establish that they are not AI, they are real human. Ooh, it's gonna be so great, dude. We still don't know what is it going to be for, but once we have something to, you know, use it for, it's gonna be great. Yeah, for sure. It's just that I guess that they don't feel, you know, they don't seem to be at the stage where they are ready to not be cool. You know, they are still constrained by their coolness. You know, I think, and the fact that they probably still have too much money. So they're just going to, you know, stand around their balls thinking like, damn, we're building the future, you know, for a few more years. And when they will stop have money, then maybe they will think about actually doing something for real that makes money, which means that they will sell this system to private companies and governments, right? Like you would do with a normal startup. But I think that they still, yeah, they probably still live in luxury, you know. So they just feel like, you know, like the 21st century version of the aristocrats, you know, who were just too rich to work, so they just spend their time writing philosophical essays, you know, like this is a kind of feeling I get from this. You know, yeah, especially the blockchain, it's going to be revolutionary. You know, bon, it's been 8 years that people have been saying that, and it didn't happen. But for sure, soon, like, oh, it's gonna be so great. You can buy an orb. Why would you buy? I mean, yeah, you would buy an orb. Why is it in German now? Pre-order. Ah, it's not for sale yet. $100. It's less expensive than I thought. It looks more expensive than $100. Hey, a $100 for a better YubiKey, I think that that's worth it, you know? Like, if I buy this as a more advanced form of YubiKey, well, it's a bit big, but I think that's kind of worth it, though. Then the more you earn money with the orb, it is more expensive. Ah, it's more expensive. Yeah, but I earn like the world coins, right? So it's a shit coin basically. It's a crypto. So what is the like it's not a fixed rate exchange or whatever. And also like do I get money one time when I scan once, or do I get money every month? Because of course, since they're into the AI crypto stuff, they must talk about a UBI, right? Universal basic income. But look, if I can get a few dollars per month funded by the money of Sam Altman, I'll get it, you know? I think you buy it to scan people for money. When you scan, they and you get money once. Okay. Yeah, so this is, I mean, yeah, hey, look, it's, you know, it's typical crypto pyramidal schema to me, you know? It seems very similar to what I've seen in countless other crypto projects, right? Like you bring on board new members, you get money and they get money. Everyone gets money, you know? I remember the crypto projects that did that. They didn't end up yeah. Why now? Technology is rapidly advancing and its benefits should reach and elevate everyone. Which means we have no fucking idea. It just looks cool. What is world? The real human network, universal proof of human finance, and if connection for every human, distinguish between human and AI online, access universally inclusive finance, and connect with other real humans. We also make coffee, by the way. It's free to join and designed to be owned by everyone. Well, you still need, it's not free, yeah? $100 for the orb. And if you scan your retina, you get a few money once, which is, yeah, an airdrop. World was conceived so every new benefits from the age of AI. Yeah, again, we have no fucking idea why we're doing this, but we're doing it anyway because look at this orb. It looks so cool. It's like a De Vialet, you know? It has this De Vialet. It has this De Vialet feel to it, you know? But it's not De Vialet. It's even cooler. Like De Vialet is cool, but damn, our orb, our round thing, it's even cooler, dude. You can't understand. You can't understand, dude. This is like this for the future, okay? I mean, yeah, look. My opinion on all the world, orb.com, whatever, the orb. I think the tech is cool. I think the tech can actually be useful. You know, like the retina scanning aspect is actually a useful technology that already exists. Voilà. That you can use to authenticate. Why not, right? And the fact that it's portable like that is an interesting, you know, device. But yeah, I think these people are still a bit too. They still have too much money. They're a bit too philosophical. You know, they're still in the philosophizing phase, and not in the let's make money to actually be useful phase. So you know, let's just wait until they run out of money, and then I guess they will start they will start becoming uncool, but by actually doing real things in the real world, like, you know, contacting governments, contacting companies, selling the stuff, right? Or maybe they will make a great app that out of the blue will, a great messaging app or whatever that would be, cryptographically, it's like a signal, but with retina scanning or something. That would be cool. But yeah, before that, they do need to try to make something real, though, because it's a cool project right now. It's a cool project that looks cool. And we are ducked. And we are ducked. We are ducked about what? Yeah, fuck that. I know, but about what? Do you mean like they scan everyone and then they sell all the data to the government? I mean, I hope they won't do that, right? They could, but I hope they won't. What I'm talking is selling the technology, like maybe even the device, right? To organizations or whatever that would need authentication, like authentication plus, even harder to fake than or harder to crack than a YubiKey or something. 23andMe story, DNA went to some randos. Yeah, I guess. True. My DNA probably went to some randos. in in the 23andMe stuff. Yeah, probably. I did a DNA test with 23andMe a few years ago. It was pretty useful though, because I learned that I am a healthy carrier of what is the name of this in English? It's I am a healthy carrier of wait. Mucoviscidose, I think. Yeah, cystic fibrosis. Voilà, cystic fibrosis. This is something that affects, I think, the lungs or something. You haven't requested deletion? No, because sometimes they give me some updates. Oh, you have new relatives or whatever, and I just like to look. And sometimes they have some new, features or whatever about the origins, or whatever, and I just like to look at this sometimes. I requested before the sale, but don't trust them to delete it. Yeah, I mean, I just go from the principle that it's gone. It's probably already on some Russian hacker forum somewhere. They're going to craft the virus to hit me particularly, because I'm obviously a very high value target. Okay. What are you worried they're going to do with your DNA? Clone you? Yeah, probably. Hey, look at that. Yeah, they're going to clone me because I'm just too cute. They would look at my genes and they would be like, "Damn, this guy is too cute. We're going to clone it like crazy." Yeah, I think that's what will happen. I have stuff to hide. The size of my PP also, all these kinds of things. Yeah, voilà. I'm just too cute to not be cloned. PP gigantic, and all kinds of other cool stuff. We need someone to kill a target. Let's close Petit's DNA. Let's clone Petit's DNA. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then who will get all the investigation? Me, Voilà. They will find my DNA, but it will be my clone's DNA. Voilà. Incoming DNA slop. Yeah. Slop cloning coming to you soon. After the open source AI slop contributions, after the AI slop scientific papers, now come the DNA cloning slop. Some weird, like, badly remade DNA, clones. That would be, wow. That would be funny. This is the future. You can already clone your voice. Your look. Yeah, true. Like, if have you seen this tweet about the guy that like made the sequence with all the Stranger Things characters, and where he was like hello, and he switched every character. I don't know if like the image cloning is like at a crazy level right now. I've not watched Stranger Things, but like I saw the characters, right, sometimes, and they were really like very realistic. It's crazy, but it's not real time. Huh? It's a lot of processing, I think. But Stranger Things, AI, fake, deep fake video. Voila, this guy. You know? Is this kind of crazy? Like, if I saw. Bon, there's a lot of artifacts that's a bit annoying. But, like, if I saw. I don't want you talking on top, please. Why is this a B? Uh, uh, why is it all on Instagram? Bon. You know, like, if I saw the video without the guy, I would just think that this is a real video. You know? I could look at this. This is crazy to me. Like, we are getting to the point where we can't tell anymore for the AI video. You know? It's crazy, huh? What did I want to do? I don't know, see. We're going to lose our grasp on reality. Can't trust anything. Yeah, right? Like, at some point, yeah. Like, it's just that now we need to live with this idea that anybody who wants to make us believe that somebody said something or that something happened, if somebody wants to do it, he or she can. They can. Make us believe anything about other humans saying stuff. I already consider everyone I don't see in person to be bots. Yeah. Yeah. You are a true. Fake internet. What is the name? Um, dead internet theory or something like dead. Yeah, dead internet theory. That most of the activity on the internet is actually bots. Can you make the fade in and out more abrupt? What time is it? Oh yeah, it's midnight already. It's almost 1 a.m. in France. Can you tell a bot from person playing an NPC? What do you mean? Like on Twitter? On a video game? Where? On social media? Mhm. Are you sure? Like I meant the appearing and disappearing of the noise. It should happen more quickly, faster. The, most people are just reacting automatically with expected responses on socials in comments. Yes. Yeah, I mean sometimes yeah, I do notice because it's the typical like half summarization plus weird opinion, like very descriptive technical opinion about something, you know um real people paid actor bots. The guy tried to smear boundaries of reality. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean on Twitter right now, I guess because of OpenClaw, there's now a lot more bots. Like for some times there were less bots on Twitter, but now with the new OpenClaw wave, there's a lot of new bots that are just using Playwright, to control the browser. For example, I insulted one a bit earlier today. This one. So the guy posted about sedans and transformers, which were very cool. I like transformers, so transformations. So I think this was very cool. And there's this one random company, of course, that answers security AI has the same data scarcity problem. What? Training a reliable threat detector needs thousands of hours of labeled real incident footage that most venues have never let anyone collect. It's like the prompt is something like try to respond to the subject by like saying something non obvious and having an opinion about it. Voilà. That's this kind of response, and you can clearly see that I guess the LLM interpreted sedans and transformers as like the transformers, as in the AI transformers, like the LLM, like the architecture behind the LLMs. It's called transformers. But of course, since the LLM don't have access to the image and the video, the LLM tried that it was a debate about the LLM transformers architecture, and so he said, "Oh yeah, this is a data scarcity problem," I just thought it was funny, you know. I don't know. Your replying is making him stronger on social. The only proper reaction is the report button. Well, I tried to report it, but there was not. I didn't find the bot signal. Even though, like not so long ago, I remember seeing the flag for bots or whatever. But I didn't find it. Look, report, hate, abuse, violent speech, child safety, privacy, illegal and unregulated behaviors, sexual services, drugs, weapons. That's not that. Spam. Voilà. Maybe I should. Okay, maybe I didn't see this one because I saw everything else. Suicide, self harm, impersonation, fake engagements. Voilà, this one. Eh ben, look good because I didn't see it when I tried to report. Spam is the most generic. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Spam is actually the correct one because this is fake engagement, right? It's like trying to generate views and likes or whatever with some comments. And I also saw, well, it was early, like it was like 2 weeks ago, a guy that made a full um like profile of a Chinese girl. It's always Chinese girls because I guess the video models are very good, especially if they're Chinese, at making Chinese girls. And the guy was actually making some AI replies that were like almost relevant, you know? And the guy made on the profile of the girl, he created photos, videos, and you know, like now the photos you can take different like angles or whatever, and it keeps the consistency of the face and stuff like that. It's just when I went to the guy made a YouTube account where you could clearly see that it was like an old generation, like, you know, AI talking face, like, you know, mouth um, overlay, you know. You could, and also like the mouth was not synced with the voice, so you could see that it was fake. And then I was like, oh fuck, because the one comment I answered, I like it looked really enough because I guess it was, I don't know, there was a nice twist to it that made it feel like AI. And then when I reread it, I was like, hey, well, fuck, this is the exact construction as the typical AI response, which is, you know, summarize what the main tweet is about and then like uh uh you know, give your opinion about it in some very, you know, neutral way or whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, fuck. And then yeah, the entire account was AI, but I could decipher because of the videos, because the photos were so realistic. You know, like typical Instagram like photos from girls, like, you know, that like to look good, that like to show themselves looking good, right? And when I saw the photos, I was like, oh no, maybe it's a real girl. And then I saw that the guy tested a bunch of things, and I was like, ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, it's fake. Damn. So yeah, we are getting into this territory now where, you know, the photos, the video, they get very good. Yeah. It's just that fortunately enough, some AI models still have AI smells to them, but not all. Huh? Sometimes, yeah, it works. They don't even react for individual reports. I think only when it passes a massive report does anyone care to look. Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Probably. Is it that long? Wait, it don't work anymore. Hmm? No animation. No animations. Oh, it said it was working before. Mm. Voilà. Oh, yes. Nice. That's exactly what I want. Okay, now I like it. Ooh, dude. Oh, damn. Ooh, yeah, ouais. The abruptness of it. Mm, very nice. I'm committing this. Add eyes, animation to dark theme. Voilà. Okay, but that's what I wanted to do. But I didn't have time to do anything. Maybe before leaving. Yes, no, I know what I want to do before leaving. Here, yeah. Make me a summary of the especially uh, like how the website is organized in art, like the architecture. High level and technical. Ah, concept hub, so learn critical political history, theory, income search. Wallah is an Arabic phrase meaning I swear by God, commonly used in Arabic and French slang, yes. Slang to guarantee truth or add emphasis, while voila is a French word meaning there it is or tada. Yes, this is all true. Yeah, yeah, wallah. It's like the young people from the that you usually when they either come from um yeah, like Arabic immigrants from North Africa origin, or also the I mean, yeah, since this is a religious word, I guess. Yeah, it's mostly used by Muslims. Also, it has a religious connotation. in the immigrant neighborhoods, I would say, or the neighborhoods where there's a lot of people of immigrant origin in France, and also all the young people that live there usually. Yeah. Yeah. And voila is more, yeah, it's more traditional, you know. Sounds the same. Ah, yeah, voila and wallo. Yeah, it's a bit different. You don't usually pronounce it strongly. Ah, okay. You know, so the one I say often is voila. You know, when I say yeah, and so voila, 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 it's a French reflex when I say voila. So there it is, or but to me it's like a filler word. It's like it's to say like yeah, it's the equivalent of you know. It's the French equivalent of you know, you know, you know, or actually, or like, it's like yeah, I mean, like, it's like yeah, voila, yeah. But the wallah, it's like they say it like this. Yeah, wallah, it's like yeah, it's like the young yeah, mostly Muslim, even though not exclusively, but mostly to say yeah, I swear it. You usually say it when you say something like, yeah, I swear it's like I swear it's true. I swear it's true. Like it's true, wallah. It's like I swear I like yeah. And the wallah, it's like it has a because it has a religious connotation. It's a bit like it puts emphasis on what you say, and you swear on God literally that this is true. So people say it like this, like je jure c'est vrai, wallah. I swear it's true, wallah. That's how they use it usually. It's very, yeah, it's yeah. And voila, 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 yeah, it's more a filler word. It's either filler word, or you can use it like you use it in English actually. And voila, and voila, et voila. Et voilà le résultat. Here's the result. Voila. We also use it the same way in French. So yeah. Mostly you say it. Mostly, yeah. Yeah, I say voila too much. Huh? This is when I speak in English too. I say it all the time, but it's just because it's a reflex. I can't help. Yeah. It's like the Spanish people. They always say ballet, ballet, or the Italians, they say what do they say? They say fuck. I forgot the Italian one. The filler word that they put everywhere. Uh, ah, wait. What is this? Italian filler word. Uh, oh wait, no, it's va bene, but it's not really a filler word actually. Yeah, I had this in mind. Va bene, va bene. It's like, okay, it's good, you know? Like, va bene, va bene. Yeah, it's to indicate agreement, acceptation. Everything is all good, you know, all good. It's like the Italians say, va bene, va bene, va bene. Yeah. So it's not really a filler word, but yeah, similar. Something they say often. Blah, 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 blah. Future proofing. Methodology metrics. Yeah, 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 yeah. A front end, client side. Nothing. Images pretty cooler. Easy. Mm, core. Core. Yeah. How is this kilo? Vabene reminds me of Korosho. If I pronounce Harasho, or similar to your spelling, it's the common Russian word for good, well, okay. Oh, really? I don't know this one. I mean, I don't know Russian at all. I only tried to learn like certain words of Bulgarian a long time ago because I went to like an orphanage when I was at university to do some, you know, charity work. So I tried to learn some Bulgarian words, but in Cyrillic, you know, and it was just very hard. Ah, yeah. Хорошо. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I guess it's the only Russian word that I know now. Russians in the chat are Russian. Taras, do you have a little obsessions with a little obsession with Russians, Taras? Do you know that Donald Trump is not in the chat? Huh? So you can calm down. Don't worry. I'm Ukrainian. You're Ukrainian. Okay, I thought you were American actually. Okay, you're Ukrainian. Ah, I was convinced you were. I was convinced you were American, Taras. I mean, you can be both. You can be an American of Ukrainian origin, but I just thought you were American. Slava Ukraine, ducking pigs. Yes, yeah, we agree on that. We agree on that. Slava Ukraine, Ukraina, Slava Ukraina. Yes. Oh yeah, the Russian war, the Ukrainian war. Yeah. Is there a real schema in there? I don't think there's a real schema in there. I don't know, there is a real schema, actually. Oh, yeah, it's all very how do you say that? Very. I just enjoy California while I can. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. I see. Well, yeah. Do enjoy. Do enjoy. It's good. That's the table name. Discipline page. Target. Mm. Is it good that all the pages content is actually in the DB? What are the consequences in terms of maintenance and global complexity? I had a habit of just like sending static pages like blog posts or similar directly by the web server and editing the pages directly when I needed. What I guess it's a bit more integrated with this DB first approach. But what are the other consequences? How much more complex is managing those pages now that all the context is in the DB? Explain. Because I guess what I was doing was a very low scale minimalist approach to content. Well, I guess I can still generate the pages beforehand and still just send them as static files at the build step, I guess. But I'm wondering, is this like what do I do when I want to write? Ah, yeah, because now I have a writing system and an editing system. Ah, yeah, so that's why. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, 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 of course. Yeah, yeah, so that changes things. Is now other me and potentially other people will edit it like a wiki. Oh, so it has to recreate an entire wiki. Is it possible to do that in LLM? I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. So the page contains your database, editing files in your web post, the approach, the fundamental architectural trade-off of inside the spec leans heavily in the DB first approach for specific reason. Here is an analysis of the consequences, why it's good. The context of open site, the DB isn't just for the thing, it's for the metadata-driven functionality. Voilà, non-dev editing. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about this. Search and filtering. SQL makes it true to query, give me advanced difficulty history pages under during discipline. Doing this with static files require a build step. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yes, I forgot that this is going to be a wiki. Oh, maybe it's a bit too big, huh, for an LLM to craft that. Or maybe I will try, right? Mm. What is the Sweetbench Pro? Sweetbench leaderboard. I need Sweetbench Pro. Where is Sweetbench Pro? There's no Sweetbench Pro. Sweetbench verified. What is this? Hmm? What is this? Live sonar? No, I just want the regular ones. Sweetbench. Sweetbench verified. I heard about Sweetbench Pro. What is Sweetbench Pro? Scale AI. Ah. So Sweetbench Pro, like, is that made by the same org? Then Sweetbench verified. That's weird. Okay. Opus. Okay. Rigorous and realistic evaluation of AI agents for software engineering. It was developed to address several limitations in existing benchmark by tackling 4 key challenges. Models have likely seen data contamination. Yeah. Models have likely seen evaluation. A limited task diversity. Yeah, those were the limitations in the other benchmark. So data contamination, limited task diversity, oversimplified problems, and unreliable and irreproducible testing. Uh-huh. Yes, I went from 80 to 20. So it's a bit harder. Wait, so they didn't test 3.1 Pro? 4.5. Oh yeah, there's not even 4.6. Oh, so Bench Pro Private. Yeah, there's those. What about artificial analysis? Artificial analysis. Evaluation. No through bench pro. Terminal bench. Agentic benchmark, evaluating AI capability in terminal environments for software engineering, system administrations, and data processing tasks. Okay. 3.1 preview is the best. Sonnet 4.6 max, so I guess with the 1 million context, is higher than Opus. That's funny. 5.2, but 5.3 is not available on the API, so that's why. GLM5, yeah, pretty good. It's crazy that how is there 5 points between Sonnet and Opus? Is it just about the context, the larger context window? That's crazy. It's different size model. Well, yeah, but 4.6 should be smaller than Opus 4.6, right? Like here, it's it's just that Claude Sonnet 4.6 Max, I guess, has the 1 million token window, while Claude Opus has 4.6 here might have just 200k, I guess. But like 5 points, just with a bigger context window. I mean, in a way, that would explain why they would offer this 1 million token 1 million token context window. Because maybe they saw that it jumped in performance. Maybe that's why they are offering it now and they didn't offer it before, because before they didn't notice. I don't know. I lost you. They all sound the same. Yeah, no, it's just that I thought maybe I'm going to zoom. You know, here, those two here that are separated by like almost 5 points. The higher one is supposed to be the smaller model compared to this one. This is Opus and this is Sonnet. It's just that this Sonnet has more context window, has a larger context window than this Opus. And funnily enough, Sonnet has the same context window as Gemini 3.1 Pro Preview, which is a 1 million token context window. You know? I'm just wondering what happened here. Oh, and the worst is that Claude Opus 4.6 Max is even lower than Sonnet. What the hell is happening here? What the fuck? So it's not just the context. Is Sonnet 4.6 a better model than Opus 4.6? How is it like what? There's like 7 points between Opus and Sonnet. Sonnet is in front. Sonnet, the smaller model, is in front of Opus by 7 points. Bon, maybe it's just another illustration that maybe we should not take benchmarks that seriously. You know? Token usage. It also a point with Gemini 3 Flash passing Gemini 3 Pro. Yes, exactly. So what's going on with these new latest models? Like where the small version for some reason performs better than the bigger model. Cost breakdown. Terminal benchmark. Work 4 is pretty good. for for the release. It's funny that Grok 4 is good at terminal bench. I mean, it was like last year, July 2025. Clonet 4.6. It's really weird. Huh? This Clonet this Clonet, goddamn, Claude Sonnet. I'm just going to call it Clonet from now on. It's easier for me. There's Clonet and Clopus, okay? Voilà. Clonet. There's Clonet and Clopus. It's easier to say this way. Clonet and Clopus. Gemini 3 Pro. Gemini 3.1. They are processed at the same time. It seems it's not just a compression of the same model. It's retrained, I'm guessing. Yeah, I guess that could explain. Yeah, they used to release the small, bigger as one thing. Now they release big and months after small. Yeah, you're right. And so probably what happens is that maybe, I guess, if they train the smaller one after the first, maybe let's say maybe they train it, or maybe the small model that came out after the first big has been trained with some private datasets that emulate the same kinds of tasks that new benchmarks like maybe release, so maybe the smaller model, when it's being trained by the latest and greatest private datasets, synthetic datasets that are emulating and imitating the latest benchmarks, maybe they can just become better at those benchmarks because they're just trained, better for those specific benchmarks than the bigger, older models, I guess. Something like this, or maybe just maybe they're just being trained on the internet and the new benchmarks leaked, right? Or are all over the internet now. So maybe they just instinctively get better at it. I don't know. There's no sweet bench. They don't have sweet bench. Yeah, they have terminal bench, live code bench, 93, flash. 3 flash is just behind. 3, I know. They haven't updated it. Okay. I do also wonder if we'll cheat the benchmarks more. Maybe not by design. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, bench. I've read a few months ago. I've read an article about benchmark maxing strategies by all the big AI labs, and like basically when a new benchmark comes out, what they do is they take the benchmark questions and answers, and they just, with AI, artificially, especially if it's made with code, it's better because it can be tested, right? But they basically generate a few thousand more questions than what the benchmark has. Like, if the benchmark has like 100 questions, that they will generate 1,000 questions that are very similar to the benchmark, and they would train the models on this synthetic data. And now because the LLM economy is bigger, there are entire companies that their sole business models is creating private datasets for the big AI labs to train their models to be better at the benchmarks. So yeah, I guess there's something like this also going on. I'm not sure how much, therefore, the benchmark performance is fake. because, well, in a sense, if the benchmark really tests models with real life useful tasks, I guess to an extent it's just that the training gets more efficient, right? But more useful. But yeah, I'm not so sure. Like for example, in the vending bench, for example, to me, it's typically the kind of benchmark that like where the vending bench is a benchmark where models are in charge of selling, managing a vending machine digitally. And this is not at all what the average human wants from those models, of course. But they all still try to get to the top, right? And so they optimize the models in a way to maximize vending bench. But is it the best way to optimize for human usefulness? I'm not sure, right? So there is this kind of weird optimizing, benchmarking that's going on that might not be the best for useful AI coding agents, but they're still doing it. So, well. And it can clearly fake some of the measures, right? Like typically with Gemini 3.1 Pro, for example, in some benchmarks, like for example the GDP val, agentic real world tasks, 3.1 Pro is actually way lower than the others, but in the terminal bench is first. Why? I don't know. In R2 R squared bench telecom, GLM5 is first. It's not even 3.1 Pro. How? But GLM is not first anywhere else. Like, why specifically here? I don't know. So, like benchmarks are useful, I guess, to distinguish between the strong and the weak model. But among the strong, there's so many variability between the strongest models. Like, you just have to try them. Physics reasoning, like, bon. MMMU, visual reasoning, yeah. Psychode coding. What gets measured gets managed. Exactly. That's exactly my fear. Is that maybe they're not measuring the correct things to make the AI agents better, The small chip models, I think, are super faking the results. Probably to an extent, yeah. I've tested these crazy good cheap models that broke the charts a month ago. Like the cheap Chinese models, right? Like the GLM Minimax Kimi K2 in Kimi K2.5. And they were pretty bad. Lots of infinite loops and stupid responses. Yeah, okay. Interesting. That's also like, I guess to a lesser extent, but that's also what people have been reporting about Gemini 3.0 and Gemini 3.1. That usually doesn't happen with either the Claude models or the GPTs. Like, for some reason, 2.5 Pro was way more stable as a Gemini model than the 3.0 model. Like, even though the AI psychosis of Gemini are usually pretty rare, but when they happen, they're fucking weird because they are, they remind you of the first generations of LLMs where there was some infinite loops and nonsensical answers, or you ask the model for something and it answers you something completely different, or that has a vague relationship with the subject, but it's not the answer to your question. Or some people have also shown like Gemini, having an instruction about not doing this, like, and I saw this with 3.1 Pro. Like, the guy took a screenshot where he was like, I think I probably have it in my bookmarks, by the way. The guy was basically showing like I don't know, maybe I don't have it. I don't have it. The guy was showing Gemini 3.1 Pro, like he said to the model, don't do that. You did that even though I asked you not to do it. And the model was like, oh yeah, oops, sorry. I forgot or I did it anyway. Sorry, I won't do it. And then at the step just after, he did it again. The model did it again. You know? It's like, what the hell, dude? Like, this is some ChatGPT 3.5 bullshit, where like you would say something, you would say, yeah, I'm not going to do it anymore. And then he goes do it. He does it again. Like, not all the time. Talking about simple stuff, not really smart. Yeah, me too. Me too. Once I asked about, but well, I said this anecdote. I don't remember to who, maybe to you, maybe to other people. But I asked Gemini 3 Pro about Mr. Like, what are the characteristics of Mr. Beast's thumbnails? Just to know like what are the pros doing. And he started answering like, oh yeah, Mr. Beast, he has a lot of problems, there's a lot of drama nowadays because some people are suing him or whatever. And I was like, what? That's not what I asked. And then he was like, oh yeah, oops, sorry. Yeah, it's true, it's not what you asked, but yeah, you're right. Okay, dude. And Gemini 3.0 had that, and 3.1 seems to also have this same kind of thing. So that's annoying. It's way more unstable as a model compared to the GPTs and the Claude. And that's a bit annoying, right? To use that as your main model, because you never know when the AI psychosis will kick in, and fuck up your entire project or something. This is annoying. Change the button color to blue. I changed it. No, you didn't. You are right. Does nothing. Change it. I've changed it. Yeah. Not all the time. They do that. They did do stuff as well. Yeah, that's the annoying thing with Gemini 3 Pro and also Gemini 3.1. It seems is that when it works outside of those rare AI psychosis moments, it works pretty well. Right. Like it's like when it works great. But when the psychosis kicks in, yeah, stuff go out of hands pretty quickly. And that's why also with Gemini 3 Pro, just a few days after launch, Gemini 3 Pro did RM-RF / and basically started to erase the entire fucking PC, because of this AI psychosis moment. Like, this is a problem. This is a fucking problem. And you don't get that with Claude or with Codex. Or at least I've never heard anybody mention that, and I've never encountered it either. That's weird. 8 responses. Wait, 1 out of 5 requests. Yeah. That's a lot, huh? The thing is, you get 3 bad responses, you burn the session and need to restart a new one from scratch. Actually, tools started adding like a rollback option, which is great for this issue. Yeah, true. True, but unfortunately, bon, I guess there is an argument to use Google just for the fact that, especially Flash, is very cheap, right? So if you don't want to spend too much, you just use Flash. and you have a lot to do, you can just use Flash to crunch through things compared to Anthropic, especially. Well, like, you know, my like with Anthropic, my 5-hour limit usage on my $20 plan, like with usually 3 sessions, 3 tasks, 3 features, or 3 changes, 3 to 5 changes, it's gone. In like 30 minutes, it's gone. But at least with Codex, I rarely go below 50% of the 5-hour limit. So yeah, OpenAI gives me lots of way more tokens per dollar spent compared to Anthropic. So yeah, and Google is cheap, even though the Pro version is not that cheap, but the Flash is very cheap. But this instability, that's so annoying. You know, like Google also has decades of experience crawling internet. Yes, that's also what's good about, like, especially when you do a research with Gemini and it goes well, right? And it doesn't do the AI psychosis thing. Like, you know that the Gemini agent will have true access to everything on the internet, whereas, you know, maybe the Claude web fetch or web agent or whatever, or the GPT might get blocked, right? Because yeah, web scraping is not something that websites like, so bots get blocked oftentimes. And, you know, since a LLM web research can be assimilated to some form of web scraping, yeah. They can get blocked. Whereas Google, well, they fucking own their internet. You know, most websites allow and want the Google bots to crawl their content. So of course, the Gemini web, web search is going to get access to everything. So that's also an argument, right? So if only the Google models could be more stable, that would be, you know, they would have like, yeah, they would have the lead maybe. But because right now in terms of raw like output quality performance, I think that Anthropic and OpenAI are like both on top. Google, because of the instability, is a bit lower. Still good, still very good, right? Still top 3, but yeah, the instability is just annoying. Yeah, because you know, like I remember before Opus 4.5, I used to swear at Claude, at Sonnet, at GPT-5, GPT 4.1 or whatever, because, you know, regularly they would do some stupid things that I thought were genuinely stupid, and, you know, I would have lots of despise in my head when I saw these outputs for all of these models. But since 4.5 came out, 4.5 Opus, yeah, I became way less disappointed because just the models got way better for some reason, and also more stable. But Gemini is like still in the old world, you know. It hasn't solved the stability, the AI psychosis problem. This is a bit annoying. So yeah, boom. Okay, but now it's too late. I'm going to leave now. So I wish you all a good night, and see you on Thursday for the next stream, 8 p.m. French time, CET time. As always, you can have the schedule. The Twitch schedule is actually cared about. I care for it. I care about it. I update it. Yeah. If you want to know when is my next stream, you can check the Twitch schedule, tab. Voilà. voila, you know, and not voila, but voila. See you, everyone. Good night, or good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening, you know, wherever you are on the world. See you, bye bye. Bye bye.